Hello there, everyone. Hope everybody is going well, had a great week. Okay. There's good. Let's bring out the dock for the YouTube live control. Okay. I don't want that. What the hell? I don't want that. Okay, that's okay. They're trying to make me get into some YouTube meetup with other YouTubers from the city. I think I'm thinking about maybe joining. They seem to want me to go there. And so there should be something here. Here we go. And the dock is good. Now I have these numbers. The chat is good here. Hello, everyone. I will put the panel like this here. And the chat here. So that I can follow everything that's happening. So here we go. Welcome aboard, everyone. Nice to have all of you here as usual. And so I went to Perry Island this week. Had a little afternoon of radio. Not that much radio. There was a guy there that started talking to me about radio. And the first thing I heard from the distance, the guy was going on bike, and he looks at me and says, "Oh, old school radio." It's like, "Oh, you're doing old radio stuff." And it's like, well, yeah, with modern equipment. So I was actually showed him the ICOM ICR30, which impressed him quite a lot. And we kind of started talking for like an hour and a half. So, and during that hour and a half, it was no radio much. It was nice, kind of cool. So the encrypted message is going on right now. So if you're on the KPH frequencies, you should be getting the Morse code encrypted. I'm on 17016.8. I hear it very weak. I can't decode this. It's the best frequency for me, and it's not very good. So it's going on now, and at 2015 UTC, it's going to be RTTY, the same message sent in radio teletype. So this is something to check out right now for the Maritime Historical Society broadcast, which is, of course, an Enigma message. You have to use there's a web page where the Enigma machine, you have to figure out how to decode the encrypted message they're sending out. Marine MRHS events. So right now they're sending it in Morse code. So if you have not been from the start, you've missed part of the message. The frequencies for CW being sent right now are here. Just to put it quickly, so this is the Morse code frequencies. And at 2015, and exactly 9 minutes from now, they will repeat the transmission in RTTY. Same shift as amateur radio RTTY, which is 170 hertz or shift 45 baud speed. So it's the same that amateur radio uses. So the RTTY at 2015 is on these frequencies, guys. So if you hear it, decode the message. The first step is to decode what you're going to receive. And if you get a clear decode, then use the tools that they actually have to decipher the encrypted message. All the details, once again, are on this page here, which is the radio, the Marine Radio Historical Society. It's broadcast over the KPH frequencies today. So it's going on right now. It's right now being sent on Morse code. And at 2015, they're going to have it on RTTY. Check that out. It's going on now. I don't receive any of the frequencies well enough here. But what we could do is I could bring up a Kiwi page and get it from, we're going to decode the RTTY off a Kiwi SDR. So maybe try, well, there's a KPH one which is probably working, which is this one. This is KB6. This little Wellbrook look. Let me try this one here. We're going to see if I can get, a lot of people, a lot of people are probably using Kiwi SDRs right now to try to tune the station. And yeah, it's and they're all in. I'm looking at the queue, and they're all on the marine frequency. It's just so funny. So about this one, will this one work well? So I'm going to put myself. Let's put this here. Okay, RTTY. Is there RTTY decoder on here? S-meter, Navtex, Loran, Fesque, Fax, DRM. Oh, there's no RTTY decoder. That's missing. We need a radio teletype decoder. But I can use mine anyways. So I'm going to put myself in upper sideband. I'm going to tune the RTTY frequency. And we'll see if I can, with FLDG probably. FLDG here. So this is going to be heard through the console. Op mode, RTTY 45. That's fine. And hopefully we'll have a nice decode here. View. You just configure. Just want to see here if I can change something here. So the sound card should be devices, port audio. Yes, that's perfect. Save, close, and let me look at configure. Should have prepared myself a little more before, but I had a lot of things to do. Configure dialog. How about the colors and fonts. The receive transmit colors and fonts. Receive transmit. Receive text font. I want to have bigger text here. 22 should be better. Okay. And I'll be fine. Save. Close. Okay, so we're going to try this using a QESDR. I'm just going to check if the QESDR audio is fine. So I'm going to turn it on. Yeah, it is. I'll remove the desktop audio part. There we go. Okay, so that works. I just need to punch in the frequencies for the transmission on RTTY. So I'll be doing, I'll try 8427 or 12585.5. So hopefully 8427 upper sideband. With a little luck, we'll hear that. This QESDR seems to be rather noisy, unfortunately. That's right, 12585. Let's use this frequency. Let's see if we hear anything. So anyways, before we do that, so a few minutes left. I don't know if I'll be able to decode or hear anything, but we'll see. My name is Gilles. I'm looking in Montreal, Quebec, Canada, northeast part of North America. Hope you enjoy the show today. There's a chat room with wonderful people, and it is a great place to be and talk with people and have fun. And basically, this is going to be a lot of fun today. Join in, talk with people, have fun. We have a Facebook page when this is over, which has the same name as the channel here, and it's a great place to be. And if you like what I do, if you like all the stuff that we do here, about you know, a little contribution through the super chat, it's much appreciated. Really helps a lot. You have no idea. And so super chat, or through the pizza fund. There's a pizza fund which helps me not you know, go hungry and get all thin, and you know, and it could be the beer fund, it could be the Polycat fund, whatever you want, through PayPal. And here is the PayPal email. Actually, if you send it to officialshortwaveradio@gmail.com, my standard email that I always post here, apparently it works. I forgot that I've linked both emails to the same PayPal account. So officialshortwaveradio@gmail.com should work also for sending the pizza fund to PayPal. I've tried it this week with a PayPal account I use for some other stuff, and it worked. So you can do that if you want, or to the Yahoo email that you see here. So it's a lot of fun to be here. I'm just going to check quickly because I want to see if we can. I need my earphones because I need to hear what is to hear. So I'm just going to check out if I hear the Morse code signal on 12585. And this is going to be here. So I'm not hearing much here. And 427. Nope. Maybe this QESDR isn't good. Let's try it from another one. Somewhere here, I don't know, in Washington State. See if we can hear anything here. So VE2ZZI, always identify on the call sign. 427. Well, I don't know if it's propagation or what, but doesn't seem to be working. Okay, not getting it here. I don't know if you guys are here getting the RTTY. The RTTY, so It's supposed to be on right now on the frequencies that I just posted. Okay, so it doesn't seem to work from here. We're going to concentrate on everybody in the chat room. Nice to have you on board, everyone. A little sip of my beer this week. It's Labatt, Canadian brand. Labatt Dry. It's a Labatt Blue, which I had not drank in a long time. So cheers, everyone. It's okay. A little rough on the edge, but it's okay. So, yep, nice to have everybody on board. And we're going to... No, I don't have the Cash App. I know people use that. I've never I've never thought about any and doing anything with that. So I'm going to check it out. Thank you, Blogger Die, for the donation through PayPal. I just saw come through. And yeah, maybe it would be a good idea to do something else and more diversify. I know that I need to do what I'm going to try to do it for next week. Do a multi-stream with Twitch, and have as Jasmine would like. So I need to get on that too. This is a problem when you're actually a caregiver and YouTuber, and I'm actually caregiver for two people at the same time right now because one of my friends has cancer. I mean, the doctor told him that he'd have about 3 months to live from this moment. So it's like, wow. So anyways, nice to see everybody here. Jay Watterson 69, nice to have you on board. Craig Martinetti, nice to have you here from Canada. I believe Toronto. Mike B, nice to have you here from Colorado. Andy New from Bristol and the UK. M7CUN. Richard Wagner, nice to have you on board. WA9301SWL. Sagi 71 Fahrenheit, Northeast Illinois. Hope all is well. Yeah, it is in North America. We are in Labor Day weekend. Labor Day is not the same around the world. Most of the countries celebrate Labor Day on May 1st. But here in North America, we always do things different. So Labor Day is this weekend. So hope everybody's enjoying a longer weekend than usual. And have take time to relax. The weather here was rainy and cold all morning until about 2 p.m. and now the sun's out. Actually, I don't know if there's going to be more rain. I haven't looked at the weather chart, the radar, to see if there's anything else coming our way. Let me check the map. Yeah, this is. Oh yeah, this is pretty weird, but this is what it looks like. We're in kind of this hole where we're not having rain right now, so that's what's happening. Jean Arash, free to choose. Nice to have you here from Saint-Hyacinthe, Quebec. Nice to have you here. Bobby Burgess, nice to have you here. Master Players Television Plus Gaming, I believe, was the name of the whole thing. Nice to have you here. WA5107 SWL in Morgan City, Louisiana. Dave in Bangor, Maine. Nice to have you here. Richard Wagner says like the bands are not real good. Yeah, the sun is extremely active. We are at a... I'm just going to check out if there's anything on the app here for solar activity right now. The sun is waking up in a big way, and actually there's a sunspot group right now, which is 1/3 as big as the Carrington sunspot of 1859. Those that don't know about the Carrington event, it's an amazing event that happened, and so the sunspot's pretty huge. Can you index that too? It shouldn't be too bad. Maybe the solar activity is creating maybe a little too much absorption as we are in the daytime side right now. This is what I like as we're getting into fall. Our live shows are going to be through, half of the show will be in daytime and half in darkness. And this is going to actually help us get more signals. So this is going to be fun. By the way, I will have a announcement here before I forget, and I'll try to remember to say it again a few times. Next week, Saturday, the 6th of September, is the Ukrainian festival here in Montreal. So the show will be on Sunday rather than on Saturday because I want to attend the Ukrainian festival, have some good food, and spend an evening with my nephew having some Ukrainian beer. So next week, shows on Sunday, the 7th at 20 UTC rather than Saturday the 6th, just to let you guys know. What else do we have? ZY3WR, apparently the radio station that was a week ago called Radio Love Warbler 9550. It's unknown when they next broadcast, or if it's a pirate and it's off today. Yeah, there's a lot of pirates that pop up here and there, so it's not impossible that you got a pirate there. Absolutely. ZY3WR says, I don't know if this was mentioned a week ago live stream, but some station on Monday broadcasts at 13710 in a Russian language, and it's mentioned English and Portuguese. Maybe that was the station. 13710 is a frequency I hear stuff on. What is on 13710? So if you had some Russian language, nothing here is in Russian according to this. The only thing that there was there, 13710, you could have heard radio. So there's Radio Farda in Farsi to Iran. There's Madagascar World Voice, which broadcasts from 20 to 21 actually in Arabic. I don't know if right now it would be possible to hear it. Yeah, I hear a very weak station. It's there. It's there, but it's not very strong. Whoops. 1371. And what's here? 13780, there's a station, and 845 is WWCR. But 71 is weak, but it's there. This is from Madagascar. Madagascar World Voice. Sometimes comes in quite well here. Radio Feda, broadcasting in Arabic to the Middle East right now. Richard Wagner can barely get WWV. Let's try the WWV frequencies here. Let's start by 25. Nothing on 25. Nothing on 20. Nothing on 15. I think that's what's happening. The solar activity being so high. All the daytime path across North America, there's a lot of absorption going on. So all the stations are weaker today because of the higher solar activity. Richard Wagner, last night it was great. I had raised my long wire up more. Still not finished. There's some big twisted wire coming to the house. Should I cut it? Is it a coax, or it's that's coming into your house, or it's just the bare wire itself? If it's a bare wire, you better have it as short as possible inside your house. If it's a coax, it doesn't really matter if it has a lot of there's a lot of it inside. Like my hand gear, my end-fed antenna, the coax should be around 75 feet across the house on the outside wall, and I actually have 100 feet. So, and when I get to the end-fed in the backyard, I actually have I just made a roll with all the extra cable, a big roll. Don't tighten it too much. Make it big because coax doesn't like to be squeezed much. But it's fine. It works fine, and the loss from having an extra 20 feet or 25 at the HF frequencies is negligible. Robert Varner, nice to have you here from New Jersey, KC2TEL. MM7BFL, nice to have you here from Scotland. MJBSWL, nice to have you here from Colorado. RJ Dakota, nice to have you here from Winsville, Missouri, WA0113WL. Tivity Xer, bonjour, ça va bien, j'espère que tu vas bien toi aussi. Nice to have you on board. Ed Florence, nice to have you here from North Idaho. Beautiful day for a big thunderstorm yesterday. Ron Animal from Toronto, nice to have you here. Mike WX50, nice to have you here from Northwest Arkansas. A Jasmine from Seattle, nice to have you on board. And Seattle welcoming all those attending PAX West or Sounders versus Messi League Cup final. VT Radio, nice to have you here. Paul, AA1SU from Northern Vermont. And tried to check in last week from Amex's position, but could not figure out how to open the chat from a cell phone. Laptop next year. Yeah, there's a place where you have to go and activate the chat in the menus on the cell phone sometimes. By the way, Paul, have you been able and triggered the repeater that we were talking about? I was in a great place to hear it a couple of weeks back when we talked about it, the Covey Hill repeater, 14685. I could hear it very well. I had my little Yaesu FT65. I could never trigger it. I checked my settings a million times. I went to another repeater, a local repeater, to check if everything was all right, and I understood how it worked fine. And I could trigger our local repeater, no problem. But I never was able to trigger the Covey Hill. And I used to trigger it with the FT65. I might not have been very strong, but I used to trigger it. So I don't know about you if you've tried it, but that's weird. Old Radios, nice to have you on board. Steve Burnham, nice to have you here from Central Pennsylvania. When you have Paul Stringer, nice to have you on board. Old Radio's fixed his oldest record player from 1897 this week. Wow, that is cool. That is cool. RJ Dakota is sitting on the outside patio. Actually, a lot of small animals, especially lizards and squirrels. 54 Cal, nice to have you here from Northwest Pennsylvania. Paul Stringer, is that Spine Numbers contest? Yeah, that was just happening. I believe it must be over by now. I don't think it lasted more than that. It's always 15 minutes, something like 10 or 15 minutes to CW and 10 or 15 minutes RTTY was what was going on. VA3ZYW, nice to have you here from Ontario. Brian Penny from Cape Cod, nice to have you on board. EFOG3, nice to have you on board from New York. We have Rick Myers, KO4LSA, nice to have you on board. Our latest winner in our contest where I actually have a couple of CIDX memberships for those that donate. So hope you're enjoying the messenger bulletin, and hope to see you at the at the Zoom meetings. John Halquist, nice to have you here, says CHO told me they enforced copyright after someone in Canada was rebroadcasting it in some years ago. No trouble since then. Oh, that's interesting. Somebody was rebroadcasting CHU. Jim Gordon, nice to have you on board from rainy Scotland. Extra EDC, as I turn off the North Korean German broadcast, I see you are live. Cool. 09 Keller, nice to have you here from rainy, cool North Texas. What else do we have? Rick Meyer says QRT in South Daytona, Florida. for Lightning. So pretty cool. J Projects, nice to have you here. Hearing 12808 in California State. ZY3AWR, what the Morse code station are for. Most of the Morse code stations that you'll hear on the HF bands, except amateur radio, are marine stations. They still practice, some still practice Morse code channel markers, which actually broadcast their call and are usually monitoring another frequency so that a boat, any marine station could contact them. It's the majority of Morse code we hear on the shortwave bands. The rest, well, there's some SPI number stations that we've monitored here. Let me just bring up Preom, see if anything else is coming up soon. Yeah, in a half an hour, actually, we'll have one, M12 on 12189 that we could try for. Sorry. That's going to give us an idea of propagation also. So M12 on 12189 in 28 minutes. So this is one. And of course, there's Morse code, which is a form of communication that a lot of amateur radio operators actually enjoy using. So it's something that is interesting, and I got to skip send me the CD to learn Morse code from ARRL. I really need to brush up. It's half there. I have the letters in my head, but I'm not good at it, so I need to work on it so that I can get faster in decoding Morse code. It's like learning a new language. Hogs 14, nice to have you here. Chuck Schreiber, nice to have you here from South Texas and 5KVO. Metalunar, we wouldn't want to let you get too slim now, would we? Yeah, I mean, come on. Blogadai, nice to have you here from Central Virginia. And using his new Spark Elec clone of a Deep Elec DP666 radio. Huh. So, and got family visiting, no problem. Tristan, nice to have you here from Newfoundland. VT Radio, no RTTY here either on any of the three frequencies. Yeah, well, PayPal is also immediately available, but maybe I should, it's something I should look at, the Cash App. Maybe that would be something to check out. So I'll look for adding that in the near future, I guess. I saw Nicole Phillips gave me a donation on PayPal. Thank you so much, Nicole. Much appreciated. VT Radio saw my QTH on my phone. Saw your QTH. My WX50 being retired brings a different outlook on work holidays. All days are days off now. Well, it's the same with someone like me that, I do YouTube. So now I work from home. I'm my caregiver. So it's not like going to work. You don't look at what holidays coming up to have a long weekend. It's like the holidays are in kind of a weird concept suddenly. That and the feel. I was talking to a friend. I said, you guys get the Sunday night feel and Friday feel, and I don't have a feel. I don't have any days that have a feel anymore. It's just like that. Brian Listener, nice to have you on board, and thank you for the tip. Much appreciated. Through the super chat. Old Radios got my text in March when the best time was ending. Well, it's not necessarily the best time is ending. There's always something, but you have to listen at different times and adapt your listening depending on what time you want to do. Summer is mostly a late afternoon, nighttime listening is where it's best. So, here we're pretty much in the middle of the day right now. So, late afternoon. Petef Barat, nice to have you on board from the UK. Nice to have you here, Pete. So Rick Meyer says there's a flare in progress at 2002, so that could also wipe out for a 15 15 to 30 minutes of broadcasting. Okay, what else do we have? VT Radio, WWV on 15 is S4 in Vermont. Nicole, thank you so much for the donation for the Pizza Fund. G6PGV, nice to have you here from Northwest UK. Always a pleasure. ZY3WR, there are no detail on what station it was. They broadcast on the same time Channel Radio in Turkey language was on for 30 minutes broadcast and went off. So, yeah, it could be pirates, but there's also there are clandestine stations also that pop up here and there. So from where you are, you hear more of those than I hear in North America. In North America, we don't hear a lot of those. But from where you are, there are probably a lot more of those going on. Jim Gordon, nice to have you here. Definitely getting autumnal here over here in Scotland. Can't complain. It's been a good summer, weather-wise. Might drink tonight Newcastle Brown Ale, a.k.a. Nuki Brune and Dog. So nice to have you here. And yeah, here it's cool. We had several cool days now after being pretty much in one of the hottest summers we've had in a long time. And it's supposed to be a little warmer this week, but getting cool again, which I don't mind. I'm okay with that. Today with the rain and the cool temperatures, it certainly felt like fall is arriving slowly. Don Royal, nice to have you here. Weak signal on 15,000. Dan V, nice to have you here from Ohio and 8WJZ. Brian Lee's in the chat on the tablet, casting to the big screen. GS Vitlik, nice to have you on board. VT Radio, I've not keyed up Covey Hill yet, but I heard people in my town talking on it. I see their tone switch from 100 to 88.5. Neither has worked. Yeah, well, that's what I saw too, because I was looking at the info. So one side said 100, one said 88.5. So I said, well, okay, I'm going to try both. We're going to see which one triggers. And none. I was going back and forth between both. None. And I was like, did I set up correctly? I was unable to key it. Brian Leisner, nice to have you here from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, of course. We have. Let me just go down. Here we go. VT Radio says no CHU on any frequency. David in Barcelona, Spain. ¿Cómo está mi amigo? Nice to have you on board. EA3IEK 4998 URE. Nice to have you here. What do we have? Blogger died. Gorgeous signal from NHK Japan via Isudun Japanese on 13780. That's what I just heard. I was wondering what station that was. So 13780 is NHK from France. And that one was coming in. It's not super strong, but it's coming in. Definitely coming in. Okay, what else do we have? Joseph, nice to have you on board from San Francisco, California. Enjoying some hot weather, finally listening to 11-meter Mega Blasters from Hawaii. Wow, pretty cool. Pretty cool. Perry, nice to have you on board from Sherbrooke, Quebec. My WX50 is receiving 7850 CHU online SDR in Shrewsbury, Vermont. Donna Royal, when you're retired, you forget about the holidays. Yep. Darius Mist Dancer. I got a physical QSL from KBS out of Korea. From what I understand, the turnaround was fast at 2 months. So yeah, 2 months, not too bad. you know, from Korea and back. Yeah. So SWL Signals, nice to have you on board from cloudy Florida. Yeah, Joseph, when there's a solar flare, there's always a 15 to 30-minute period when the ionization of the ionosphere becomes so strong that it actually absorbs signals for a while. So there, it creates a radio blackout for 15 to 30 minutes. Usually it doesn't last much more than 30 minutes. Then things come back to normal as the ionosphere kind of rebuilds itself. And of course, if it's Earth directed, then a few days after, we might be getting coronal mass ejections and auroras and all sorts of other problems with that. They are expecting a possible X flare today, as the one of the sunspots that I was talking earlier. That is a third of the size of the Carrington Events sunspot is pretty much Earth directed too. So an X flare, a powerful X flare from there, might create some serious auroras in the next few days, especially as we get into the equinox in September. The Earth is kind of positioned in a way where it's more vulnerable to coronal mass ejections. Brian Leisner says, my Spark Collect DP666 arrived a couple of days ago from Banggood, and I'm not disappointed at all. The internal shielding seems great, and I had super reception last night. That's interesting. What else do we have? Brian Leisner today is following with his Texan PL990X. Kamikaze 76. Nice to have you here from West Michigan. What else do we have? Old Radio says every year is the hottest summer. This one was something. We usually have, I think they said we usually have in Montreal above 30 degrees Celsius or close to 90 degree Fahrenheit temperatures about 8 or 9 times during the summer. And this year, I think it was something like 21 days or something. It's like we're double what we usually have. Don Royal has nothing on 13780. 54 cal, M12, yep, coming up. I'm going to check that out. What else do we have here? That's interesting because Vatican Radio doesn't seem to be on 13710. So I don't know. Well, it's not according to the EIBI list. So I don't know. Anything's possible. You know, sometimes stations change frequency. So 16 minutes is our time left before M12, the Russian spy number station in St. Petersburg, Russia. What else do we have? NJEF, can anyone recommend a good discount? I think a wideband antenna is the best. Well, for shortwave, it's not. If you're thinking of a discount for shortwave, forget it. Don't go there. You're better off with an MLA 30 or anything like that. But if you do VHF, UHF listening, yeah, it's not a bad antenna. I have the TRAM 1411. So TRAM 1411. And I need to put it back up. It is good. And it also is capable of transmitting on the amateur bands of 10 meters, 6 meters. It's 10, 6, 2, and 70 centimeters with up to something like 300 watts. It's really, really nice. So the TRAM 1411, that's what I got, and I like it. Lagerdice says NHK, where he is, sounds like local. So you got some great reception there for sure. Let's continue. So Greg Martinetti, nice to have you here. Brian Lisner had NHK last night, almost like local. Yeah, that 6105 frequency is so amazing, and so good in North America. I wish they had some, half-hour English on that. It'd be so cool if they had some half-hour English on the NHK transmission. Unfortunately, not. Last time they had it to North America was when they were using the relay of Radio Canada International in Sackville, New Brunswick. And Jeff is N2ZNN, New Jersey. What else do we have? So 54 Cal, thank you for posting the frequency of the M12. Different Gear TV, nice to have you on board. Darius Miss Dancer, what is the receiver you have behind you? Okay, which one are you talking about? If you're talking here, that big one here is a 1949 Westinghouse International. This one here is an ICOM ICR 8500. Next to it's a CB radio, the 980 SSB. And what's on the screen is my Yaesu FTDX10. And under the clock is a Grundig Satellite Transistor 6001 from 1969. And behind my chair, you don't see it, but I got a Kenwood R5000. So these are not working right now because I'm waiting for my good working MLA30. Once it's good and up and running, these radios will be back up and running too. I'm waiting for that apparently from September 1st to September 8th, which is kind of next week. So hopefully I'm going to get that. RJ Dakota, yeah, 11780 Radio Nacional de Amazonia has been gone for over a week. I would guess that they have transmitter issues. It happened about a year and a half, 2 years ago. They were gone for like 2-3 weeks. And it was the time that it took for them to get parts to fix the transmitter. So I wouldn't worry too much. It happened in the past. I'm pretty sure, because I know that Radio Nacional Amazonia 11780 is an important frequency for Brazil. So I'm pretty sure that at some point it'll come back. It's just that they're probably waiting for maybe a tube or some part of the transmitter that they need to have it working again. But yeah, it's been gone. For those that wonder, it's been gone for about a week now. So I tried a few nights and there was nothing there. I miss their Brazilian music. Old radio starting at here, 13780. Mike WX50 says, oh, our telegraph lines don't catch fire again. Yeah, well, if there would be a Carrington event, I would be more worried about our infrastructure, the internet, the power grids. That could be a huge problem. Trustin just picked up an AM200 loop. I've been playing with it for a week, so I'm very impressed with it. On AM, it outperforms my MLA30. AM DXing is nice for a change from shortwave from time to time. Yeah, it's you know what? The AM200 is absolutely a nice antenna, and the fact that it has this plug, and if you have a radio that has an external antenna plug for medium wave, it's really cool because it enables you to really get better reception. A great example on that, and I should make more videos of it, is the Shoyang LC90 is not great on medium wave. It's a little noisy. It's not fantastic. But if I plug the cable from the Shoyang's antenna output, and put it on the AM200, which I put a little like further away from the radio, it actually becomes a very decent medium wave radio. So mine is on the kitchen. You guys should see the kitchen table in my back in my kitchen. The kitchen table is full of radios, including the loop, the AM200 loop that is there, and I could see it. And every time I'm like, oh yeah, the AN200, I should make more videos and use it a little more on some receivers. I've never tried it. I wonder if it's a passive loop. I wonder if I would kind of put it on the tube radio here, if it helped me get better reception on the Westinghouse International, because with the external antenna, it receives okay on medium wave, but it seems to lack a little bit. And I wonder if I would put the AN200, if I'd get some medium wave, some interesting medium wave, I'd have to rig it with the with maybe alligator clips or something. I'm getting ideas here. What else do we have? ZY3WR says the next in HCJB frequency is 11625, 11812. It's not strong like next hour. Yeah, those are like 11825. I believe they come direct from Japan, from the Yamata transmitter site. Much harder to get here. Darius Miss Dancer, is it possible to amplify the weak output of the AAC RF to viable strength? I would guess it is possible. I would guess it is possible if you add some circuit to it. Joseph says, let's petition NHK. Well, if enough people write, you never know what could happen. I would suggest to them, and I would give them that suggestion, either from Isudun, they're already using that, or a relay from WRMI, And I think every station that's not on shortwave that we would like to have on shortwave, we should tell them, WRMI is cheap. You could have a relay on shortwave of your transmissions to North America. So, the one I set on 13780 is the Yaesu FTDX10, which is, if I actually move out of the way, it's right there. And what you see is the screen of the radio can be put on an external screen. So that's the Yaesu FTDX10 ham transceiver that I used to make contacts with different stations on the amateur bands. Because those that don't know, I am a ham radio operator. My call sign is VE2ZZI. Different Gear TV, Jean, I noticed you were using the Sanji and ATS in one of your recent videos. Does yours have any quirks apart from a wobbly telescopic? So mine doesn't really have much of wobbly telescopic. I just want to check something with the open the mixer here. Yeah, no, it's okay. So mine doesn't have, well, maybe it does. You know what? I would need to get it. It seems to be sturdy enough, but but the X, the one before the X, is wobbly on that one. So I guess maybe they're using the same type. My ATS 909X2 has the flaws that it has is mostly that in single sideband, you've guys seen it, the audio is dreadfully low, and this is a major issue that everybody noticed on weaker signals. It's okay when the signal's strong, but when the signal's weak, it's difficult to really get audio. You can't pump that audio enough. Here in the city, I have very, very powerful FM broadcast stations. The ATS 909X2 is unusable on the airband because of that. And it is also has some breakthrough on some of the shortwave frequencies, which is, for me, unacceptable considering the price of the radio. But for the rest, when you're in the proper place and everything, it's okay. It's deaf on telescopic. It's obvious that it's deaf on telescopic compared to other portables. But that's been all the series of ATS 909s have the same flaw there. Apparently, some kind of mismatch between the telescopic and the circuit attenuates signals. So it's sad because it's such a beautiful radio. If that would not be the problems, man, that would be one of the top radios out there. And of course that automatic switching of bandwidth. Oh God, that's a bad feature. They should never have added that to the radio. David says using a Diamond D3000N disc cone. Need to raise it though. I feel like it's not performing as well as it could. So yeah, Diamond disc cones are well known also. James Farley, nice to have you here. Russian CW marker on 16331 DNP. Yeah, those are cool. I don't know if we're going to hear it here just before we try the number station. Let's try the 16331. Oh yeah, hearing a Russian marker. $16,331. I'm only hearing one. Which I believe is the letter D. So I'm hearing the letter D on 16331 upper sideband. So propagation isn't too bad because we're hearing that, and that comes from Russia. So that means that propagation is not too bad. Maybe the biggest problem is that here in North America right now, because we're in the sun, that's what makes it a little more problematic. There's too much attenuation. Things should improve as time goes by in the next couple of hours. So let's try the number station that's coming up, and it's 12189 CW. So I'm going to 12189. Put myself in CW. Oops. So it'll be interesting to see if I hear that CW. Which is a number station from Russia. Or just Miss Dancer, yes, any stations out of Brazil are important to me. Sucks to hear they're having issues. ZY3WR, yes, 11815 was radio. Let me check it out. Radio Brazil Central. And it is supposed to still be on the air right now. Radio Brazil Central. There's 9665 also that had trying to figure out, trying to remember the Radio Voz Christiana or something like that. George Ferguson, nice to have you here. Oh, hearing it. Coming in. It's coming in. I'll check something here on preamp. So its signal is pretty good. So propagation is actually good. And where it's bad, it's over North America right now. Because you see that comes from St. Petersburg, Russia. And, I mean, it's not bad. I'm just going to check. I want to see what's the speed of the M12 transmissions. Active, CW. Did they say what speed it is sent? 3-digit, yeah. 5-figure count. 3-digit or 4-digit groups. Okay. trying to figure out if they have the speed. So that's coming in quite well here in Montreal. So we'll try to. Okay, and then there in 20 minutes they're going to be on 13 megahertz. The code is not really good. So it's pretty good here. Signal is not bad at all. And that's pretty cool. Paul Stringer. You know what, Paul? There's never been any problems with my radios at all. ZY3WR. It was a good station. I could catch it without any extra antenna. Jasmine, last week I put up another repeater. Our region's mesh core network is exploding now. Reaches from Olympia, Washington to North Vancouver, British Columbia. Oh, that is cool. That is cool. You're having a lot of fun with that, which is really, really nice to see that you're enjoying that. Pretty cool. And, you know, new technologies. It's fun. It's fun to try stuff and look at new stuff. Too many people are stuck at the old, you know, the old grumpy, I don't want to evolve and I don't want to have new things. Well, you know, we got to move on. Brian Leisner, for indoor use, I have a decent result with the G8-800. Nice little mag loop, and you can swivel it around. Yeah, I know a lot of people have that one and seem to enjoy it. Ajay Dakota, I miss not only the music, but the football matches on Wednesday evenings. So, but I would guess they're going to be back as soon as they can with, you know, the repairs of the transmitter. Mike B, my N200 really works well plugged into the PL330. Yep, it's a great radio for that. Darius Mistancer says learn Portuguese because of Brazil stations. Cool, cool. That's nice. So you logged 11780 J projects on the 29th. So they mentioned some antenna damage in English. Thanks for the info. So they have antenna damage. Maybe that's the problem. So they're probably having a hard time transmitting or having their transmitters up because of that. So they'll be probably fixing that out. Thanks, J Projects, for the update. Yep, WRMR relays are definitely a really good idea for a lot of the stations. It would be nice. Robert Levin was hearing NHK direct from Japan the other night. When I stay up at late at night, I hear really well the relays of from Eastern France from NHK French language broadcasts. So I like that. George Ferguson, do you think the way that the world is going, that radio is going to become more important for communications? Well, radio will always be important for communications. There will always be there will always be some importance to have some shortwave frequencies available for transmissions, stuff like that. It might not increase, but I think there's a minimum that will always be there, to just in case. And also, I've said it, I think the future of shortwave will be a handful of transmitter sites handling all the broadcasts to the different parts of the world of stations, and not like in the past where each country wanted to have its own transmitters. It's less expensive that way. So, if you look at it, you don't need to have, engineers and people maintain and your own station to maintain, and you just have to pay some, transmitter site that will put your broadcast on, and that's it. Brian Leisner, yep, he is disappointed in SSB audio. Yeah, but AJC is great because, when I listen to SSB on Texan receivers, the 990, H51X, and so on, dang, it is harsh, especially on strong signals. I wish that would be one wish of Texan, if they release another radio someday with SSB capabilities, fix that. Put a small circuit, it's just a small little circuit to ease the slope of SSB. And so that would make it much better for the ears, because a lot of people, I see a lot of comments, people saying, well, I have a hard time listening to single sideband because it punches through and it hurts my ears. It's like it's tough. And it is tough. It is tough. I get a hang of it. On weaker signals, it doesn't show that much. It's really on strong signals that punching of SSB shows. Different gear TV, sometimes when I press the tuning button on the ATS 909X2, it does the squelch button. And sometimes when I press the F button, it goes to set the timer. That's you know what? You make me think about this week, and here at the end of the transmission. I changed it. The ATS 909X2 acts very weird when you change the batteries. So the batteries that were in it were rechargeable batteries, and I had not used the radio in maybe 2 months. So when I turned it on, the batteries were really low. So I took the batteries out, charged the batteries and charger, because I don't charge them in the radio itself. The next day, so I left the radio without batteries for the whole night. So of course the next day in the morning, the display was blank. There was no more. Everything was drained. So I put the batteries back, and all the segments, because when you put the batteries back, all the segments on the display for a brief second or so will show, and it's kind of a reset of the radio, I guess. But this time around, it didn't go. It just stayed there, and everything was frozen. I had to remove a battery so that the display goes blank again, and put it back, and then it behaved okay. But even then, I was at Perry Island. I don't remember exactly what I did, but when I pressed the button to enter the frequency, it wouldn't let me. It's as if I had not pressed any buttons. And it was not the button that has a problem, because I removed the batteries once again, put the battery back, and it worked fine all the time. It was not the button that was the issue. It seems to have some kind of sensitivity to power on and off on the CPU side, maybe. So, and that I've noticed on the X2 at times. So it's weird. It's like, well, I can't understand that a radio that costs that much has all of these little flaws in it. Darius Misdancer, what you see on the screen here is the radio, the Yaesu FTDX10 on radio. It's an hybrid radio. It's half SDR and half a half standard good old PLL driven receiver. So what you see here is the SDR part of the receiver that has the screen, because it's the Yaesu FTDX10 here has its own screen. So what you see there is the exact same thing that the radio here, and this is a touch screen actually. I can, tune through there. So what you see there is really the radio's own firmware and SDR, if you want. Jasmine, DX Engineering is probably wondering why their 900 megahertz base station antennas are selling a lot lately. Half of Puyan Mesh has bought them. So, yeah. Jasmine says Diamond BC 920 for the win. Radio Brazil, it was my scenario. Jim Gordon, I have the first model of the Sangean 909 I found that it is useful to carry a screwdriver when I take it out to the park. Same for the D808 too. Why do you need a screwdriver? Brian Leisner for Airband. The ICOM ICR6 is really enjoyable. Picked up a Japanese market model, and it's $100 US dollar less than any US based seller. There's this little bug that entered and flying around. Probably entered from where my air conditioning is. Also, way cool box, all Japanese. It does 100 channels a second. Yeah, that's, the important thing. When people tell me, well, I want to have a shortwave radio with airband, I always tell them, you really need one that does that. Because I always say, you're better off with a scanner radio that scans real fast. Lagardai 12189, not audible here in Virginia. G4000A, telescopic. Yeah, even 12188 upper sideband, you tried it just to be offset. So the next one, 13475 in 6 minutes. Let's go there. 13475. And we'll see what happens here. In 6 minutes. Should be there. What else? David Bennett, I'm getting nothing on 12189 California. Well, solar flux index is usually good the higher it is, but it also has a dark side to it. The higher the solar flux, the more intense the ionosphere is ionized, and sometimes it creates, on some frequencies, more absorption. So some frequencies may not actually propagate well. And by the way, not hearing 12189 in California, it has to go all through all that daylight is not doesn't mean propagation is bad. It just means that frequency from St. Petersburg, Russia to you at this time is probably not a good frequency. The next one, try the next one, you'll see. 13475. And don't forget, guys, if you don't have CW capability on your radio, you put yourself 1 kilohertz lower. So 13474 upper sideband will work. James Farley, I missed the PK232. It was great decoding various signals. I remember in the early 90s seeing the PK232 at a ham store here in Montreal, and boy, I would have loved to have one of those back in the day. ZY3WR, Voice of Turkey 9875 in English. Cool. So 9875, is it a new transmission? I don't think so. I think 9875 was one that was there for a while. Oh no, look at that. There's nothing on 9875. And it's not next to it. Whoops, sorry. Turkey. And you have it in English, you said? So maybe it is a new frequency. Oh no, 9875. I was wrong here. 9875. Yeah, it is. It is on 9875 from 2030 to 2130. It's broadcast to Australia, actually. It's a broadcast to Australia that you're getting. So it depends probably on propagation conditions that you're getting it. VT radio decoded on FLDG. What was the did you check the CW speed? I'm just curious of what is. This is what I hate of the Yaesu FTDX10. Why didn't they implement a auto speed that it detects itself what speed the CW is going in? You have to almost guess. Jasmine, new mesh world record, 830 miles. That's nice. You know, that reminds me of the amateur radio world records that are being set on all sorts of frequencies, like very high gigahertz amateur bands, where they're like trying to make world record contacts on, you know, 10 gigahertz and so on. It's just, it reminds me of that. So what else do we have? Jeff, it's the TRAM 1411. TARM 1411 is the antenna that I have here, I own. And it works pretty well. What else do we have? Jasmine's radio is such a broad term. One reason mesh stuff is exploding is because it allows for encrypted texting without worry if your phone is giving data to the government. Yeah. It's a different thing. But radio is radio. All sorts of radio. James Farley, I have that type of problem with my PL880 unresponsive, and you have to press the snooze button multiple times to get it to turn on and off. Yeah, remove the batteries until the display disappears and put the batteries back. It could be one of the things that... What is this? I got a X with an error. Try again. I don't know what happened here. Oh, okay. TRM 1411. There we go. I guess it didn't go through for some reason. So that's the antenna, TRAM 1411. But radios are sensitive to all sorts of things with interference. Here we go. It's even stronger here. So propagation is actually very good for these to come in so well. Yeah, but remove the batteries until the display, James Farley, goes totally to zero, and put the batteries back. It might be the CPU also on the that has some kind of, because when we touch the radios, don't forget that one of the things we don't, we don't see sometimes, we might have a little static charge, and you touch the telescopic, and that discharges in the receiver and actually freezes some of the circuits or creates some weird behavior or weird response to the on the radio. ZY3WR, I wish normal shortwave radio stations can catch DRM stations. There are some stations calling music for joy. My shortwave radio can catch it, but broadcast DRM. Just loud noise. You can use Kiwi SDRs online. By the way, Kiwi SDRs online have DRM decoders. You can do that. It's not as fun as decoding it, yourself, but... and there is a company, I'm waiting for their comeback. I wrote to them, they told me that, it's still not in production. But there's a US company that is supposed to come out with a rather inexpensive DRM capable receiver. So we'll see what happens. Craig Martinetti, at the present time, I'm using a Patrolman Shortwave 60. It's all I was able to afford. I'm using its telescopic antenna. Yeah, you'll have to have better than that, because I do have the Shortwave 60 here. It's okay, but it's not very sensitive. Oh, Blogger you're getting that too? Yeah, it's funny. I typed in Tram 1411, and it gave me an error message. So weird. Something's happening with YouTube, as always. It's like Radio Havana, Cuba. Now soon we're going to say, oh, something's always wrong at YouTube. So, yeah. So this is 13475. And James Farley, yeah, you done that and still has a problem? Well, okay. That's kind of sad. JPV 1970 is hearing 13474 upper sideband in South Florida on the PL330 with a whip antenna. Yep, pretty cool. Pretty cool. So it's coming in 13475. So I guess maybe that's why the chat is kind of sluggish. There's not that many people posting. Seems that there's some issues with the chat giving error messages from time to time. And if you enjoy what I do, by the way, don't forget that you can help out. And one of the great ways to help out is to have a give a little something through the super chat here. Much appreciated, and it helps tremendously in continuing this and having more live shows and having more videos and all sorts. It is very important for you guys. And of course, anybody that donates, there will be around Christmas there will be another giveaway to those that donated, and there will be probably a surprise in there in December, not just to CIDX, Canadian International DX Club memberships, but also a little Christmas surprise for all of those that donated. And you can also donate to the Pizza Fund. And whoop, it seems that the Chrome is going to crash soon. Pizza Fund and Paul the Cat Treats, and that's through PayPal. Wow, it's very sluggish. This is weird. And you can, of course, give a little something through this PayPal email. And you can, if you do it through officialshortwaveradio@gmail.com, and I'll put it, or officialshortwaveradio@gmail.com will also work. This, of course, is PayPal. Send me a little something, and it's much appreciated and helps a lot. You have no idea how it helps with the continuing on the channel with the monetization being quite bad on YouTube recently. So okay, what else do we have? So, Blogger Die. Just get back up. I lost my spot. Okay. Okay, here we go. Blogger guy. Oh, I thought the quote was "There's always something wrong at Radio Havana." Yeah. Now it's "There's always something wrong at YouTube." Darius Miss Dancer says, "How do you decode CW properly?" Well, if you don't have the skill to do it with your brain, which is always the best, by the way, you can use software on computers. If you have a smartphone, there are apps that decode using the microphone of your phone. You can download apps at the Google Play Store or the Apple Store and decode on your iPad, your iPhone, your Android tablet or phone. It is a great a way to do it, and of course on computers with software like FLDG that I was using earlier, which does it. The problem with apps decoding Morse code, is if it's sent by a machine, like this is sent by a machine, so it usually decodes well if you have the proper speed. But if it's human sent, like a lot of amateur radio Morse code, because it varies in speed slightly, apps have a hard time decoding. This is why learning it and decoding it using your brain is the best way possible. Ricky Long, nice to have you on board. Ça va bien? Nice to have you here. And 26, partly cloudy in Calgary. Mike B says, how many thumbs up can we get today? Me and Mr. Paul. "27 words per minute." Okay, let's try that here. I'm going to go to decode. I'm going to decode. And I'm going to put the speed 27. Supposed to be 5 number groups. 5 groups of 5 numbers all the time. So like 2297, 22957, 51422. So this works. So yeah, this is close to what it was. And this is the end. And the next transmission is coming up in 10 minutes-ish. 14643. Let's try that one. And that's if there's traffic. 14643 CW is the next one. So we'll see what happens there. Oops, 27. So we'll see what happens there, if we hear it or not, in about 11 minutes. And this is a spy number station, for those who wonder what that is. It's probably sent to embassies and decoded with, encrypted messages of all sorts. And there we go. Craig Martinetti, okay. Jim Gordon, I use a screwdriver in my 909 and 808 as telescopic aerial tend to... Oh, yeah, okay, I understand. Yeah, that little screw, you just tighten the screw to make sure that the telescopic holds. Yeah, this has always been a problem. It's not a problem new to today. I mean, even the old radios we had with telescopics in the 80s and the 70s, we had to screw that telescopic back regularly to make sure that, it has enough tension so that it actually holds. So, yeah, the chat is possessed tonight. Definitely. There's some kind of weirdness happening here. Steve Burnham, receiving CW better on 13474, upper sideband. Trustin, is there a problem with the chat? Yeah, there is. So you sent a super chat and didn't show up in the chat. It probably, I don't know, did you see an error message? Maybe it went through and just didn't show. But there's definitely something happening with the with the chat right now. Blogger Eye, ATS 25 Max decoder will decode CW. I got it to work once. There is Miss Dancer. I haven't been able to get FLDG to work properly yet, unfortunately. I had to choose the proper audio setup. It's very important. Ricky says it was a different, unrelated live stream earlier today. Notice I had somehow got logged out of YouTube and logged back in, and the chat worked fine. That's weird. Peter Giacopelli, where is your co-host Paulie? Yeah, he's sleeping somewhere. He's, I think he was on the balcony in the backyard. Now that the rain stopped, he wanted to go outside. So Darius, Miss Dancer, these are encrypted messages. So basically, someone somewhere knows what it means, and it's a secret message from Russia, or Russian embassy, or Russia to spies, or to someone somewhere to tell them about something. So these are spy numbers. We call them spy number stations. And so they usually, what they do is they have, oh, I've heard a beep, so there's going to be a transmission. It's a one-time pad thing. So it's like that message that we're sent now. They had the info to decode that one, but the next transmission they sent out, that pad doesn't work anymore. You need to have the new pad. Then you can decode. So it changes all the time, which means that even if, you know, by the time somebody would have the pad, it's too late, and probably the message doesn't mean anything anymore. So this is spy transmissions. So there's all sorts of them. There's some in Morse code like this. This week, if you look at my videos where I was in the park, you probably would have seen the one that I got from Poland. There was one from Poland. It's called Slavic 06A, S06A. That one was a female voice giving out numbers or whatever. And there's some in digital modes, like polytone. Those are called XPA2, for example. There's all sorts of weird stuff out there. And there's a lot of them that are not even on the preamp. They just show up at random somewhere, and that's it. So it's yep, kind of interesting. Thank you, Kevin, for the tip. Nice to have you here. The Radical Squadron made 457 parks on the air contacts the past week. Cool, that's fun. I'm actually waiting for something I'm going to show you guys in the and on the screen. Retivis is sending me a radio, and I'm going to take a break, get a beer, do my caregiving duties, and come back in a few minutes. Just going to answer what's left that I want to answer. So Kevin says, like the winter scene painting on the canvas behind you, does it have a story or a history? So it's, I would guess, if I had to say something, it's the only souvenir, or I don't know if you want to call it, left from my father. Some of you might know that my relation with my father was, let's call it, complicated. And there's this is, my dad would had his phase where he would do paintings. My dad actually had a lot of talent in paintings and stuff. So that little painting here, I have no idea if I can go in. I might be able. I'm going to check it out here. Can I go and fetch it without breaking anything? Let me check it out. Just want to see if I can go and get it from out of there. Behind it is actually a radio souvenir from the past. So I don't know if I can do it. I can't. No, I can't. It's too far. Sorry, but I'll try to get it out for next week if you want to know more and if you guys want to see it close. I can actually zoom the camera. Maybe I could zoom the painting. I don't know. So it's a winter scene that my father painted. And so it has his initials on it, actually, everything. I should maybe have it like in a little frame. It's one of the rare occasions later in life where we met, and I was looking at his paintings, and he took that one out and said, "Oh, I want you to have this, a little something, you know." And I was like, "Okay." So it's there on the wall. I mean, it is very nice, actually. I'm gonna take it out and show you guys, or I have an idea how maybe that's gonna work better. Actually, if I can maybe just do this, and I'm gonna do this, yeah, from here. I think I can do it from here. And here we go. Here we go. I've that's a way of doing it. Yeah, it's not too bad. So you guys could see. So this is actually painted by my father. So it's a nice little winter scene. So he painted some great stuff. He had some really big paintings on the wall that were just amazing. He did some really big paintings. You know, you could have probably, you know, that's one thing he could have probably done is earn a living off of it. So that is that's it. That's what it is. Coming from my father. Yeah, Jasmine's Russia to secret agent Jill. Oh God. Robert Levin says brother scare on 20 meters. 20 meters? You mean on 19 maybe? So Kevin, thanks for the donation. Super Chat did get canceled. I'll get you next stream. Thanks for these live streams. So, alright, didn't work. Seems to work now. Kevin did. Jasmine, almost feel as though the broadcasts on schedules on Priam are training messages and the real ones are irregular. Yeah, it could be. It could be the real ones too. Since, you know, I mean, there's just no... you know, nobody knows what it's being sent. Here we go. 14643 is there. I'm gonna leave it at 27. I guess it might be at 27 for the rest. So yeah, James Farley. I just have to go to the apartment below me, and for the caregiving stuff. Kevin looked very, very nice. Looks like a Vermont scene. Yeah, well, you know, anything southern Quebec, northern Vermont, pretty much looks the same. It's a winter scene. So yeah, it is nice. I should probably you know, frame it. It's the only thing I have from my dad here. You know, and with all the differences and so on, well, you know what? Um, it's you know, it's still a souvenir, and I mean, he's got talent. I should keep, you know. I have in my in my there's like a bunch of stuff all messed up in there on my right side here. In there's a box that has from my mom a kitchen. It's a kitchen tablecloth that she actually did herself, and is very beautiful. I should take that out too, and I should use it. I was thinking of finding it, taking it out, and putting on the table, the kitchen table, like at Christmas time or something like that. You know, a little souvenir of my mother. So you know, wow, the chat really looks messed up today. When I look at what's happening and how few people are actually posting, there's really a problem with the chat today. Craig Martinetti says, does anyone know of any shortwave radio stations in Honduras? There's none that I know of anymore. There used to be a few. And now there's nothing really on the... so is it decoding? It's kind of decoding not very well, but... Well... So, anyways, yeah, there's. I don't think there's anything from Honduras anymore. If there is, there could be some very, very, very low powered, but Honduras, I don't think has. I'm trying to figure out. Yeah, Honduras is HND. So HND, there's. If you want to hear Honduras, you will have to listen to something called Cosisna Cinema Control 10024 and 6649, which are aeronautical frequencies. So 6649, 10024 would be where you would hear anything coming out of Honduras, basically. So, yeah, when Honduras had, they used to have, they used to have quite a few stations. They had a clandestine, I remember at some point, that was kind of easy to hear up here in the 80s. I remember that. So hey guys, I will go do my caregiving duties, and it's I'll be back in a couple of minutes. Just make sure that everything's all right. It's mostly a check. Make sure that everything's fine. And I'll get a beer, grab a beer at the same time. So, back in a couple of minutes with the soothing sounds of a Russian number station. So, back in a couple of minutes, guys. And we are back. As the spies are listening to my stream to make sure they hear the number stations. Oh, man. Okay. Robert Levin, 14955 is not 20 meters. It's actually out of band. If you heard that, what radio did you use? That's an image. You heard probably some. Usually there's a image on some receivers. There's images that are 910 kilohertz higher or lower than a main frequency. So 14955 shouldn't be where you heard anything that is a broadcast, because that's close to the 19-meter band, but there's no broadcast there. What radio were you using? Out of curiosity. Jasmine, flying to the into that airport at in Honduras is one of the scariest approaches. Yeah, there's a few of those that are like just really crazy. Like you just wonder, where the hell am I going? London 19657, nice to have you on board. RJ Dakota, there used to be some stations in Central America. One of the best and most unique was Radio Reloj of Costa Rica, not far off. Yep. I have several of the QSLs from them. I remember, I think it was Radio Reloj that I have, and they printed on in big letters on the QSL card. And the QSL card. IRC. Please IRC next time. For those that don't know what IRC is, I'm not talking about the chat. I'm talking about international reply coupons that existed back in the day. So they wanted to have some way to pay back for their Oh, Amazona is back. It's not strong at this time yet, but Radio Nacional Amazona is back on 11780 right now, and we'll be checking for Turkey on 11785 in a few seconds. Kevin, have you seen any of the clips on YouTube of Wizard of Oz at the Sphere in Las Vegas? That looks cool. Vegas is not really my cup of tea. Yeah, everything that, everything that is in that Sphere looks amazing. I was actually talking with my nephew, and we were thinking if we had a very expensive moment together going somewhere, I said, how about the U2 experience at the Sphere in Vegas? And I mean, the tickets are like $500 each. Plus, of course, you're going to Vegas. It's like a cost of fortune. It's like, and so my nephew said, if at some point you're capable of doing it, I'll put the money. We're going to Vegas. We're going to see U2 at the Sphere. It would be amazing. And I said, yeah, that would be, I'm tired of U2. I'm tired of, I don't go and see them if they even come to Montreal anymore. I saw U2 5 or 6 times in concert. But at a Sphere, that would be a total different experience, and I'd say yes, honestly. So who knows? Maybe someday. Yeah, HRVC Honduras, Mike WX50. Yep. Jasmine, was Radio for Peace International from Costa Rica? Yes, it was. Radio for Peace International was from Costa Rica. I got 3 or 4 QSLs from them here. they were very, I mean, the Costa Rican government was trying to, like crazy, to get them out of there. They didn't want to have them there. And unfortunately, what pushed, like a lot of radio stations, what destroyed Radio for Peace International, which was interesting. I mean, it was one of the rare down-to-earth, programming of saving Earth, and it was a very unique shortwave broadcast. It was, something that we don't hear often. And of course, they had a lot of problems with the Costa Rican government. And they got the cops go there, they got the military go there, they had all sorts of things, and they always continued. But what bring them down? A major storm that just knocked off the transmitters, the antennas, and everything, and it's like, okay, we're gone. And that's what happened. And they never came back after that. And I'm sure the Costa Rican government was happy that they weren't there anymore, honestly. They weren't there anymore, honestly. So it's sad because it was kind of nice to have them on the air. And they even played the Glenn Hauser's World of Radio, which was kind of cool. Somebody asked about the little wrench. It means you're a mod. Yeah, absolutely. Moderators. We got a lot of them because we used to have, I'm going to touch wood here and not talk too much about it, but we used to have a lot of trash. It's pretty much gone now. They realize that, we deal with it and just like, who cares? So the wrench is the moderators. It's really the moderators. Oh, that means you're a moderator, Craig. You're a moderator. You could kick out someone if you want. You have power. You have power. Because if you see, there's another symbol. Oh, maybe that's the symbol that he's asking. The crown. Okay. I think he's asking for the crown. The crown with 1, 2, and 3 is the more it's telling us that you're number 3 right now in chatting and how many comments you're posting on the channel. That's maybe what he's actually asking for. So it's the crown. It's the crown, maybe, that he's asking for. So, okay. Mike WX50 log 5953 Radio Casino, Costa Rica. Radio Casino, yeah. Oh man, I miss all of these stations. All of these stations from the past that were in the 60-meter band. 60-meter band. Man, there was a lot of stuff. It was just so cool. It's like I was saying last week. We started talking about if any of you guys have a 4VEH AED QSL card. That station 4VEH from Haiti, Port-au-Prince. You should look at the person that signed your QSL card. So, as I was saying last week, I talked to Sheldon Harvey, and my QSL card, which is from 1984, is signed by QSL Secretary Edna Becky. And Sheldon looked at his QSL. He had a QSL from 1980, which was Edna Becky. Someone here said that he had a QSL from the 70s, was also Edna Becky. And in 2015-ish, 14, 15, I was wondering if 4VEH was still on the air on local FM, AM, or whatever. And I went online, and yes, they were still on the air in 2015. I guess they are still today from Port-au-Prince. And I saw that one of the pages was at the end, at the bottom of the page, it was the name was Edna Becky. And I was like, wow, 2015, still there? She must be old today. So that was kind of interesting. RJ Dakota, Radio Relage, yep, 4832.5. It's like when I was listening to Radio Nationale Chadienne on 4904.5. Yeah, that's exactly it, Ricky. Yeah, the ticking clock, Robert Levin. Yeah. Oh, man. Brian Penny, Ion Radio Pirate on 6870 AM. So let's check that out. I don't know if I'm going to get that here with this antenna. And by the way, Voice of Turkey, English 11785.
Today, Saturday, August 30th, and this is the Voice of Turkey's English language transmission, broadcasting from Ankara in the 16-meter band between 12:30 and 13:30 ETC on 17,620 kilohertz to Europe. You can listen to us over the Turksat 3 and 4 satellites and on the internet.
So 11785, Voice of Turkey, and let's go see if I can get anything out of Ion Radio. Not receiving anything up here from Ion Radio right now. So, Voice of Turkey on 11785 in English coming in quite well here on the East Coast. Yeah, I had to give you the power, Craig. If you're a moderator, I gave you the power. I am the one that gives the power. So at some point, I gave you the power and you became a moderator. 54 cal has 2 CWs. Yeah, there could be up to about 10. I think there's 10 or 12 CW markers from Russia around 16331. There's about 10 of them at different positions. These are Navy markers, by the way. They are Russian Navy markers. Single letter CW markers. RJ Dakota remembers IRCs. I remember going to the post office in 1984 asking for international reply coupons, and the guy just stared at me, looked just like, I have no idea what you're talking about. It shows how these were not used much. And so I was like, yeah, we were supposed to have that at the post office. And there was an older guy behind him, and the older guy heard the conversation and says, oh, yeah. Go into the yellow book. They're there. And so the guy goes in the book, and the coupons are there. Remember, they were kind of yellow. And he gives them to me, and I said, no, you have to stamp them. And he said, what? I said, they have no value if you didn't stamp them. So it's like, yeah, and the whole guy says, oh, yeah, you got to stamp them. It means that he paid for the coupons. If they're not stamped, they have no value. And so I went back, I guess, a year later, and there was other people there. And it's so funny because I asked, the guy looked at me, he's like, I don't know what that is. And I said, yeah, that yellow book there, they're in there. And he looked astonished that I knew that in the yellow book they were in there. So I said, yeah, they're in there. And he opened the book and said, these are the coupons. You have to stamp them. And so I was like, okay. And he never asked, but I was like, I was sure he was about to ask about, well, how do you know they were in the yellow book? Yeah, well, I came here last year and had the same thing because nobody freaking knows what they are. So it was just so funny. Kevin Michaels, 6675, fishing boats in Japanese and LSB mode. Cool. Some stations would accept mint postage stamps from their country also. I use IRCs though. Yeah, I remember going, there was a big stamp collection place downtown. People that were really big in stamp collection would go there. And one day, I didn't know where to go. I was like, where do I go to get stamps, mint stamps from other countries? Where the hell do I go? And so I thought of that place. I said, oh, I'm going to go and go to that stamp store and see. And I told the guy, I said, I need mint stamps never used from different countries to have them mail me stuff. And so I told him, am I at a good place? And he said, yes, you are. He had stamps, mint stamps from almost any country. It was really, really interesting. So that's when I started going there. I was like, okay, if I need stamps, I come here. I go, I need stamps from this country, that country, whatever. And it's the place I would go all the time. But man, I didn't know where to go to get mint stamps, actually. That place is funny because that place was downtown. It actually moved because that place where they were, it was kind of a big mall, and it was very weird. It was a square mall downtown. So it was like a big square, a huge square, and there were tons of stores in there. I went there for Commodore computer stuff. I went there. There was a stamp store, and I would go there regularly because of all of that. And they changed the building. They decided that it would become only office space. And all the stores closed because they told all the stores, you got to go. This is going to be office space from now on. And so it's funny because he moved 10 minutes from here where I live. And he was there until about maybe 2015, 16, and then closed down. But I don't think he closed down. Well, I don't know. Could he have closed down because stamp collecting isn't a thing anymore? I guess it's possible. But he was so specialized and unique that I think he just closed down because when I would go there, I was, 17 or 18 years old. Which means that in 2015, he was older, and he was probably in his close to 50 years old back then. So my take on it is he probably shut down because he was old and nobody took over the store. Because he was the reference. From what I understood, that place was the reference for stamp collecting in Montreal. So, Old Radios is playing vinyl on his Zenith Cobra Matic turntable. That is cool. Those are cool things to do. On old turntables and stuff. Oh, man. Jasmine saw John Summit at the Sphere. Was it cool? Is it worth it? Really, really you have to go there, Jasmine? You're going to be the one that tells me that. Oh, yeah, you got to go there. Right? Kevin Michael. Nice to have you here, Kev. Communications from California to Illinois on 27355 lower sideband. Mike WX50. There's also a station called Radio Peace in Progress. Yeah, that one from the USSR back in the day. Radio Peace in Progress. Absolutely. Jasmine, it sounds like we need more shortwave broadcasts like that. Yeah. Shillenbo, nice to have you here. Meow to Paul the Cat. What reception changes going into fall and winter? For me, because, people talk about how winter is amazing, how summer is amazing. For me, my experience of radio, and it depends what you're DXing, but for overall signals from everywhere and like bands being crazy with all sorts of signals, I would say that when we'll get into September, October, these 2 months, September, October, same with, I would say February and March. It's amazing the propagation we get because of the way that the gray line is positioned. It's surprising what we get in these 2 months. Because I say it all the time, every season has its good and bad. Summer, what's good in summer? Higher frequencies at night is the good thing. You go and get that 20 meter, 19 meter band or whatever. That's why Radio New Zealand is good on 17675 at night on the summertime. That's the summer propagation. Daytime is crappy, but nighttime is usually very amazing. Winter, what's good in winter? Low frequencies. Anything that is very low in frequency. That's why a lot of medium wave guys, they're waiting until winter. They're waiting until those nights are so long that you can hear stuff that you don't hear in the summer. For example, there's a new long wave station in Finland that's testing with 600 watts right now, 252 kilohertz. If you guys want to try it, they started testing. They had announced that they would be there many months ago, and now they are actually broadcasting. It's kind of a return to long wave, 252 kilohertz from Finland, from the northern reaches of Finland. And so guys should check that out. And anybody with an amazing setup, low noise, that wants to DX something like that, well, winter will be the time. But in between, there's the transition period where it's not summer, it's not winter, it's a mix of weird propagation that comes from that transition. And now that's what we're going into right now, September, October. And that, for me, is one of the most precious and wonderful times for radio. Joseph said that he just... What? I lost the... let me go back. So, yeah. Thanks, London 19657, for the donation for a tuna pizza with extra anchovies for Paul the Cat. You know what? He's so weird. He eats tuna. He doesn't eat salmon for some reason. He doesn't like it. I'm not sure. I never showed anchovies to Paul. I don't know if he'd eat that. He's a little finicky in what he wants. Honestly, he's a little finicky. So Joseph says, whoop, whoop, just fired up the new MLA 30 Plus for the first time. Works great with my SDR Play Uno. Oh man, it's been a while. Very happy. Cool. Cool. And Joseph says, lovely moderation team. Yes, they've been fast, good, very effective. Yeah, RJ Dakota, the radio piece in progress. That was a station. There's actually the interval signal from them. Maybe we should go into not now, but a little later before we end, a little bit of interval signal time. If you guys would like that, it'd be a lot of fun. will keep the radio piece in progress. It has a very soft interval signal. The crown is fickle. Yeah, you know, YouTube trying stuff. It's like, what the hell? It's like I got contacted by YouTube. There's going to be a new way to monetize here in the super chat, by the way. At some point, you guys are going to have some other way of monetizing. And so, I mean, they're trying to keep their you know, creators alive. I mean, there's so many creators on YouTube that have gone, and I was in contact with a few dozen creators that, you know, we kind of started at the same time in 2012, and we kept contact because not just with, you know, content, how things are going and everything, you know, but over the years, it's like, hey, you notice monetization? It's like, yeah. So we would talk about stuff, but you know what? Of all of those people from 2012, I'm part of a handful that it's enough still to continue living off. Things have really changed, and it's really getting more complicated. Kevin Michael, 4VEH, I remember that on 4 megahertz. Yeah, 4930 kilohertz, that was my frequency. Some people have heard 11825. They were on a 25 meter band at some point. RGA Dakota, a lot of 16 meter band things were from Colombia, Venezuela. Venezuela was big. I mean, it's crazy how Venezuela destroyed itself due to, you know, crazy governments. They used to be a powerful voice on shortwave. They had so many radio stations and shortwave. Ecos del Torbes, Radio Rumbus, and so many more. That was crazy. James Farley, any app that will decode shortwave stations foreign language into English? Some people told me that they were able to decode foreign language pretty much live using Google Translate. If the signal is good enough and there's not too much interference, you put your phone or your computer and you go to Google Translate voice, and it will transfer it on a text. And apparently it's very good. Apparently it's surprisingly good. I've never tried it, and I should, actually. I should try it with like Radio Nacional Amazonas in Portuguese. Ken Michael, in California, Latin American stations are always on 3 and 4 megahertz. That is why I always wanted that band on my radio. Yeah, because there's a lot of radios that were sold that would like not go below 6 megahertz. I remember finding in a flea market a radio that did not go below 6 megahertz. I was like, what's that? You have to go lower than that. Come on, there's stuff out there. So, you know. Yep, Radio Romania English also on 9740. Let's try it out. See how good it is here. Radio Romania 9740. Yep.
World of Culture.
Radio Romania 9740 coming in well in English. God. Yeah, new guy at the post office. Kevin Michael, remember IRCs? Me too. We got the same thing. It's sad because the post office, for me, it's a souvenir. The big post office that was near here, where I mailed probably 80% of all the letters I've ever sent. And I mean, I've sent thousands of letters, I'm sure. Back in the 80s, that has shut down in the last year and a half, 2 years. So the post office there is now kind of abandoned. It looks like, almost like, looks like a wild jungle around it because they're just not taken care of. And now I saw they put a sign that says it's going to be torn down and they're going to build something new. And it's kind of weird because for me it's like, wow, that was my radio mailing spot. I would go there by IRCs. I would go there, to get some letters that I had to sign for and they'd left at the post office. I'd go there to buy stamps. I remember a lady working there. Me and a friend of mine, we had a brief period where we would actually do shortwave together. We'd go there and buy 50 stamps for international. And she was like, okay, and we were like 15 or 16 at the time. When we had money, we'd buy stamps. And I would put all my money in stamps and envelopes to send reception reports. And I remember one day she said, okay, I'm curious. You guys have been here 3 weeks in a row buying 20 stamps for international postage. What do you guys do? And so I remember I told her, I said, all right, we're going to be back next week probably. So I said, I'm going to bring something and I'm going to show you what it is. And a week after we came back, I had letters from Radio Moscow, Romania, from Sweden, from Norway, from all of these stations. And I said, we listen to shortwave radio and hear stations from all around the world. And they want us to write to them to let them know that we're listening to. And this is what we get. We get letters from all around the world. She just looked and said, this is so cool. She didn't know anything about shortwave and she didn't know anything about that. But she realized, oh, wow, that's what you guys are doing. This is so cool. So, and it shows that even back then, a lot of people didn't even know that this existed. Mike WX50, my small town post office didn't know what I was talking about when I asked for IRCs. I had to go to the bigger town post office. And I'm sure they had some. I'm sure that they had some, but they just didn't know what they were. Logged I used to collect stamps on the topic of telecommunications for many years. Worst investment ever. Probably sold for about 5% of what I paid for the stuff. Yeah. Old radios. Commodore. Hey, I'm getting I got a Commodore 128, but I'm getting a Commodore 64 from Sheldon Harvey, and a Timex Sinclair apparently. So at some point, I'm going to have a couple of more of new old school computers. Oh man, my WX50. I wish I had a mall that had computer stuff and postage stamps. Yeah, well, it was really big. The mall had tons of stores, and there were many specialized stores too. It was a very popular place because they had exhibitions. So every time there was some exhibit about something, of course the stores there had tons of people. People would go to see the exhibit of something, and then they would go out and start walking around with the stores. It was an amazing, cool place, honestly. So, Mike WX50 says, I used to buy packets of foreign postage stamps at Woolworth for my collection. Oh, wow. Who still uses snail mail anyway nowadays, apart from parcels? Letters themselves, there's not a lot of Jean Arrache. There's not a lot of people for you to choose. But there's old school people there. I have a friend of mine that is... It was in Gaspé. He lived here in town, and now he's in Gaspé for a while, in the east end of Quebec. He's the kind of guy that there's something special about sending a Christmas card by mail, and every year that's his thing. Actually, I always think about I should send him a postcard too. There is something cool. Give you an idea. Postage here. So my nephew went to see the Formula One Grand Prix in Budapest, and he went to the Czech Republic before. He visited a little bit over there, and he knew I wanted to have one, so he sent me this postcard from Budapest, which is really nice. So, and he wrote in French a small souvenir from a city where each wall has a little history that it wants to talk about and it wants to tell. So he sent me this from Budapest, and here's I'm going to block out my postal address. Here's the stamp of the post office in Budapest with date and everything. It's pretty cool. So I was very happy to receive this. I will actually, I need to put it up somewhere, or maybe put it with my QSL collection, actually. It'd be very cool. Kevin Michael, bottom part of 10 meter band sounds like CB right now. Let's check out 10 meter band here. Let's go to 10 meters. I'm going to go to 28.4. That's the calling frequency. No, nothing there. I'm going to go below and see if there's beacons. You see here in Montreal, the 10 meter band is closed because I would hear CW beacons on the bottom part. So it's not the same propagation as you. Richard Wagner, back in the 70s, I used to get stamps from a place called Montreal. Oh, that's the guy. That's the guy. Philatelique. It's Montréal Philatelique. Richard Wagner. Did you go to Place Bonaventure? Place Bonaventure? Were you going there? That's where he was. And then he moved here 15 minutes. That's the exact place I'm talking about. Montréal Philatelique is what it was. And he was at Place Bonaventure. Jasmine was so worth it. If you have a chance to go, okay. All right, Jasmine, you sold on it. You sold me. You sold me. If I have a chance, I will. Yeah, it was. I think he was the reference in Montreal for stamps. He was the reference. The guy. I mean, it's the same guy that probably opened that in the 70s or 60s or something. And he moved here in a basement store. I tell you, in like 20 minutes from here. And I recognized the guy. And he's shut down maybe 10 years ago or something like that. Maybe a little more. Old radios, I'm on my 5th beer, probably my 6th. Youch. Well, mine are King cans, so I guess if I finish this one live, I don't know, maybe I would be technically on my 4th beer bottle. Let's try to go down. Okay. Kevin Michael, Radio New Zealand. Just radio check. I've been here all day, just now getting around to saying hello. Nice to have you here, Jim's Radio Check. Robert Robert Levin. Anchovies are posh sardines. Oh, God. Was Radio Peace in Progress ever in English? I don't think so. I think they had several languages, but I don't think they ever were in English. From what I kind of remember. Old radios. I love hearing stories from the 70s and 80s. You know old radios? You should come over here. 10 minutes walking distance. You would go crazy on one of the good old style flea markets that exists. And I tell you, it's 15 minutes walk distance from here. It's open only on Friday and Saturdays. On Sundays, most of it's open on Sundays, but on Sundays, almost all of half of the stores or the kiosks are closed down. The best is Saturday. And boy, it's old junk. But it depends what junk means. For some people, old junk is actually fantastic finds. There's stuff there that I went with a friend that knew a lot about old telecommunication stuff. He went nuts. He was pointing at me as, oh, this is an old Bell transducer from 1970s. I've never seen one after so many years. It's like, this guy's got one. And I was like, oh, okay. There's a lot of stuff there. You would love to be there, old radios. It's fairly big. It's on 2 levels. I go there from time to time because it's kind of fun to go through the stuff. And there's a lot of old radios too. And I used to go there and with my mom in the 90s because she would go there to buy. There was a huge place that sold vinyls, old vinyls. And my mom would go there and purchase vinyls to listen to music from there. They were like $1 each or something back in the time in the 90s. Art Don, nice to have you here. K280C, much appreciated to have you here. Tristan, never. I wonder why Longwave never caught it here in North America. It seems like a good fit with 2 very large countries to cover. Yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to. I would like to understand why some countries, like some continents actually, Europe went all the way in long wave and medium wave, and here we never developed long wave. It stayed with non-directional beacons, stuff like that. The Wind NE8RH, nice to have you on board. Different Gear TV, I've only tried DXing on 11 meters over the last 3 years. But it seems I had the best luck from October to March. Summertime is no joy. It's always like that in the summer, Different Gear TV. The way it works is that in the summer, 11 meters, 10 meters is always shut down because there's too much absorption to the high, because of the high solar, the sun is very high in the sky, so the amount of energy that the ionosphere gets creates a delayer that absorbs a lot of the energy. So summertime, 10, 11, rather bad, except when Sporadic E happens. That's different. 10 and 11 is really a winter thing. There's actually a math calculation that you can do, which will tell you when the sun is below a certain angle. This is where it all starts with 10 and 11 meters. Joseph, well, it's self-destructed. It's self-destructed. Let's call it like that, Joseph, without being any political anything. It's self-destructed. And I don't want to be political, but some countries, especially some really big country to the south of me, should be very careful with that. My WX50, I remember seeing an ad for Google Translate where a person was using it to order a foreign... Yeah, yep. That could actually mean make a good video. Trying to translate a broadcast into another language. That would be kind of cool, actually. R.T. Curtis, nice to have you here. Kevin Michael, CRI 17560. I hear it sometimes. Let's try it. Oh, there's something big here. What's up here? Somebody's talking here. There you go.
Si cae durante el día, pues lo que hace es dar más calor. Pero hasta ahora, pues ya el sol cayó, pues se supone que
So somebody in Spanish on 28340. So let's go to 1756. Nothing here. What's up there? Spain on 17715. Very weak WRMI on 17790 with Radio Africa. And that must be... Oh, look at that. You guys remember those HF trading stations? Span. Look at that. Those HF trading stations. There's one centered exactly or very close to 17. Oh, that is... Wait, no, that is not a trade. Oh, do you guys hear this? I'm curious. It's not a trade... I'm sorry, it's not a trading station. This is interesting. Anybody hearing... Is that local to me? Around 18,000 kilohertz. A strong, high-pitched tone. Anybody hearing that? Terry Anderson, nice to have you here. Says 2 hours ago managed to catch Vatican Radio 11870 in North Carolina. Yep, they are on that frequency with usually a very good signal up here. Kenneth, KW1161, nice to have you on board from Arizona. Jasmine, okay. Arthur GS123 says, I've been going crazy here hitting the thrifts hunting down stereo receivers. Lately, Armin Kardon has become my obsession. Nice to have you here from Massachusetts. Yeah, thrift stores. I used to go to thrift stores a lot until it got so complicated. You know why thrift stores are getting complicated? I understand one thing. I have a family member that has his partner in a... You know, there's this new craze of the rage cage stuff where people throw axes and destroy stuff for fun to kind of release tension. And so he's a partner in one of those rage cage stuff. And you know what? They get their stuff from where thrift stores used to get their stuff. So he told me that sometimes I would probably cry because there's old tube receivers, stuff like that get destroyed in their rage cage stuff. And I'm like, what? And he used to be there all the time because he used to tell me, he said, you know, when I work there, I can actually look at the stuff, and if I think it's good, what you would like to have, I'll save it and bring it to you. And he actually brought me a few things that were like really cool. One was a very small portable color television, and so there's a lot of the stuff that used to go at thrift stores that are being just destroyed at these rage cage things. Kevin Michael, yep, 17946. Here it's Caribbean. On the East Coast here we hear Caribbean, New York on the Caribbean routes. Darius Miss Dancer, for a long time back in those days, most people thought of radio as in whatever the car radio or basic living room receiver would get. Yep. Hey, the C64 is one of my favorite machines of all time. Well, I got a 128 here, which has a C64 mode, and that actually works. I can actually, you know what? Well, this is not a retro gaming, but I should plug in my little dongle here and show you guys the screen of my Commodore 64 at some point, just for the fun. I've adapted my Amiga 500 and Commodore 64 and Atari 1040 ST with a drive that actually reads disk images from a USB key or a memory card. So it's pretty cool. Artie Curtis, back in late 60s, got a Spanish QSL letter from South America. Radio Canada used to offer free translation services. Their secretary, Elaine McMaster, translated for me. Wow, really? Cool. There's Miss Dancer. I wish I could still afford a decent Amiga model. Well, I got an Amiga 500 with a 1 megabyte memory expansion. So if you guys want to drool, for those of you that are searching for it, I'll show you again. Don't look at the... Oh, it's local. Now I understand. I'm going to tell you guys why. So this is here, Amiga 500. There's an external drive, Commodore 128. And right here, down here on the left, is a Atari 1040 ST, which is there. So this is the junk on the other side. So this is local to me. When I touch my camera, I actually have less on 18,000 kilohertz. So this is my computer's own interference that I'm hearing right now. DXing my PC. We'll call it that. I'm DXing my PC. So Spain on 17715. It's not too bad in Spanish. They should be back in English 1 day a week starting next week. I think it's September 1st. 1957 says, I bought sheets of Disney stamps. Go figure. Kenneth, they have a new Commodore on pre-order. Oh yeah, they have a new Commodore 64 that's supposed to be totally compatible with the cartridges and everything. And it doesn't emulate. It has the real chips that made Commodore 64. So this is cool. This is kind of cool. Blogger died. The IRS sends you paper mail. I totally know this. Do you know why? Because for YouTube, I get an IRS. You guys, I'm not joking. I get a big IRS envelope with all of the revenue information that I have to give to my Canadian IRS equivalent. So, they had some, okay, Artisan Crafter's Kitchen says radio piece in progress did have English. So thanks for correcting me on that. Okay. Okay. Man. And there's nothing. There's almost nothing here right now. Yeah, that's fine. Old radios, drinking beer on weekends. It's okay. That's not a problem. Old radios likes old junk. Oh, you'd love to be there. You would see stuff. I can tell you that. I can tell you that. Okay, so in RGA Dakota, a piece in progress in Dean English, aimed right at us I don't remember hearing them, though. I remember Radio Moscow, but I don't remember hearing ever an English broadcast from Radio Peace and Progress. Maybe my radios were too junk at the time. Standing Stones, nice to have you on board. Craig Martinetti, do people give you radios free of charge so that you can review them? I have a few of them. The Texan S2200X was donated by Anonco. Anonco gave it to me for free so I can talk about it. I have a few XH data receivers. So I had the original XH data D808 that I paid. And I wrote to them and I said, I paid for the first one. Would you be willing to give me one for free so I can review it and compare it? Because it's a new design. And they gave me that. They gave me, Shoyang gave me radios, several of them, the A8W, the Shoyang LC90. I am actually going to get a Retivis receiver. It's a transceiver, quad band transceiver. Wideband receiver with long wave, medium wave, short wave, and so on, up to 1 gigahertz. That's coming up. I'm going to show you that in a few seconds. So some companies are actually giving me radios. Now, Retivis did something more than most. Retivis wants me to put a link to the radio in my descriptions because they told me if people want to buy it, if they buy it through that link, I would get a percentage, like I would get a little something off of everything buying. I'm not very comfortable with that process though. And I'm almost thinking of writing them and saying, look, I will, if I like the radio, I will tell people to buy it, but I'm not comfortable in having people click a link because it kind of biases. People might think I'm biased because, one guy that I don't like for that God, I forgot his name. It's the, man, why did I forget his name? It'll come back soon. Anyways, that guy talks about radio and all this stuff. But the problem is he always brags about how you buy it from Amazon with his link he posts. He makes money off of it. I don't want to do that. I don't want to be, getting money off of you buy radios. I know some of you are going to say, no, it's fine. No, because some people will think, well, your review's biased because you want to make money off of, which was always something I was never part of. I will not give an Amazon. I don't want to do Amazon stuff. Any YouTuber that does, oh, well, I have an Amazon store where you buy stuff. You know what? I'm sorry. It doesn't work for me. You're just, oh, this is good. Buy it. No, I'm sorry. I can't go there. So I'm telling them, I want to tell them, look, I'm not comfortable with the link because I don't want to go there. I'll review it. You gave a radio to me free of charge. It's enough. But I don't want to go there. It kind of changes something. I don't know. Maybe it's just me and everybody's going to say, shut up and make money and take it. But I don't know. What do you guys think? Thanks, Blogger Die, for the video of Radio Peace Progress in English. Thank you for letting me know. I never heard them, so I thought they were not. Kenneth says, back in World War I, the U.S. Navy took over radio bands and kicked the broadcasting in hams up to the useless bands. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff like that happened where, like, it was very complicated and, especially back in the day, lower frequencies were the ones being used because we had not developed much in a way of broadcasts on higher frequencies, because it was very complicated with the technology back in the day. You guys don't understand that in 1940 and even 1950, UHF broadcasts were tough. The technology, the tubes, the electronics you needed to do that was extraordinary. You know, today we have a little radio like this that does it all for like $50, and you go up and transmit up to 800 megahertz and receive up to a gigahertz or whatever. Well, that wasn't the case back then. So lower frequencies were very important. They were cheaper, and that was what we had in the electronics at the time. Craig Martinetti, I used to collect stamps and I sent them for a non-profit. They sell them. You know, I wish I would have kept something. I collected stamps, and I had a kid's album. It was made for kids. It was made for collecting stamps. And I wish I would have kept that, because it was kind of, you know, it would have been a souvenir. Yeah, 18,000 is local to me now. I understand. It's my PC doing that. Or there's Crafter's Kitchens at the thrift store every day now, and you got to be there in the morning when it opens if you want to have something. I like that. I know. Darius Misdancer. Destruction of working tube radios should be illegal. Yeah, they should. Kenneth says, you made me crying and want to make me go into a rage cage. So they're destroying tube radios. Oh man, I need to go to a rage cage now. Oh God. No, they're usually, like old radio says, they don't have tube radios and stuff like that, but they do have a lot of technologies that, even if not that old, there's still stuff in there that you look at and you're like, oh no, that shouldn't be in a rage cage. Yeah, pumped up on stereos cage. I've never been to one of those. I don't, you know, if I rage, I'll rage usually in a bad way, but I don't need to have a rage cage for it. London 19657. Oh, how many times I played Ghostbusters on the Commodore 64. Ghostbusters! Ha 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 ha! Oh, like, and the music. It's a great game. I love playing that. I played probably like a month, 2 months ago. It's just like great. Kevin Michael don't have thrift stores, only have Well and Salvation Army here. No radios. Old radio's got a 74 turntable and receiver. Ain't no rage gauge here. Like that, someone told me that when thrift stores get good stuff, they sell it online rather than. You know what? I suspect there's a lot of stuff that don't show up there. Kenneth says, Joe, is the 1 meg expansion board DDR5? No, it's called Fast RAM. It's even better. It's Fast RAM. Okay, let's go here. And you know, even worse, one of family members his kid is disabled, and here we have a program of, you know, trying to put disabled people at work, and one of the places where they put people at work that are disabled is recycling. Apparently, people put in recycling a lot of stuff that shouldn't be there. And what I heard is that if you'd be working in recycling, you would have so much stuff go in your face that is non-recyclable that people take out, electronics, all sorts of things. You would go crazy and fill your home with stuff real quick, with all the junk that's going there that you would just look at and it's like, this isn't junk, this is a Nintendo, this is a, apparently there's a lot of that. And so it's pretty crazy. Darius missed the answer. The new Commodore, the new 64. Yeah. There's a web page, I believe. What's the new Commodore 64. Commodore 64 Ultimate is what it is, and it has you can have a transparent version of it, and where did I see it? So it's the Ultimate 64. Commodore 64 is back. Yeah, oh wow, this is beautiful. When I look at this, I want one. I want one. And is there a link? Trying to find a link. Website. Is that the website? Yeah, Star Systems. Youch, this is so expensive in Canadian dollars, guys. Wow. So this is what I have. $400 Canadian for a Commodore 64. Glad I got a 128 for free. Here we go. Look at that, guys. Hey, Matt, MDK2, nice to have you here. Nice to have you here. BT Radio, yeah, 17790 is Radio Africa via WRMI. Alabama Red, nice to have you here. Pretty cool. Thank you for the donation. Much appreciated. I'm just going to go pee because I am in a moment where I need to pee, guys. Super chat donation. Come on, guys. Pizza, fund, and cat treats through PayPal. Please. It's very important. You guys love what I do. And don't forget that this is going to put you towards a not just a CIDX membership giveaway, but also a special treat for Christmas. So come on, guys. I need to go pee. I will be back in a 26 seconds. And we are back. So, Ricky says, oh, surprise, horrible RF local noise is not present now. So he's getting signals. That's good. That's good. Take it while you can, because when it comes back, that's where it's like, oh, God. So, all right, Alabama Red, nice to have you here. I'm a radio pimp. I am. ZY3WR gets 15390. Better. Cool. Okay, Michael, I have an AWA with AM wide. What does that mean? Yeah, there were radios that actually were sold with a wider AM filter. And what happens is that it would be what it would be is that it actually gives you higher fidelity because you got more frequencies, so the AM signal seems to just sound better than a usual AM radio that has a fixed. Yeah, Todd Ebert, that's exactly what I'm thinking of, Alabama Red. Todd Ebert, I do not have any respect for him, and that's personal because of that. And that's why I never really... I saw one video or one comment or something a couple of months back, and I was like, yeah, you just want to sell stuff through Amazon to make money, and you don't really care about how good it is, because he was actually trying to sell a very crappy radio too. I'm back, guys. Sorry. Okay, guys, I'm back. Sorry, there's a little distraction here. What's happening? Okay. So, anyways, that's just what I want to say, and I won't go further than that. I've never done Amazon sponsorship. I've never done any sponsorship with companies. Redivis wants me to do that, and I don't want to do that. It's like, no, okay, you give me a radio, that's enough. I'll talk about it, but I will not. No, I don't want to, have a link where if you buy it from there, I get money or something. That's not what I want, honestly. Free to choose Radio Peace and Progress, which I barely remember as, Radio Paz y Progreso. Was an outlet from the USSR. Yep. Joseph, you should make merch. Yeah, Black or Die. I know. I don't want to. I think it gives me more credibility than others. That's all. And we'll keep it at that. I'm not here to judge or talk about any other. Personally. Let's not go there too much. Brian Leeson, there's too many channels that claim that radio's the best ever because they got a freebie. Yeah, that's exactly what I don't want to go. I want this channel to have, the best credibility of all on that, because it's like, I got free radios. I think it's the the farthest I can go. Okay, you give me free radios. Okay, I'll talk about it. But look, an example to that. Showing. They send me the LC90 free. But you know what? Even though they lost sales at the beginning because I said it was a rather crappy in the most part, they are okay about it. And personally, I will be very, very blunt here. If you believe in your radios and send me one for free, then you shouldn't be worried. But if it's crappy, I will never say a radio is good if it's not. And that will always be what this channel is all about. So that's the way it is. Matt MDK2 says, yep, the channels just want to make a buck. Amazon is lame for most radio gear anyway. Yep. Max 418, bonjour, nice to have you here. Brian Lisner, yeah, but that's the problem, is how do you know it's honest if there's a affiliate link? And this is where I've never been, because I say it's good or not, and I don't make money. You know, people tell me the MLA30, for example. But if this is, I lost my train of thought here. And what I was about to say. But anyways, you know what? It's my stake on it is nope. Yeah, Jasmine, I read what you're saying, but nope. You know what? That is dishonest. And that is, I'll say it like I want to say it. You're painfully direct, very American pro, make money, and who cares? I'm not that. I'm not that. And that's it. And I will never be. So if you buy a radio from me, you know it's good. If you buy a radio from any of those, no, I make money off of this model more than others. Oh, this model is great. Buy this. I'm not there, and I'll never be there. I'm sorry. Yeah, I might make less money, and actually I don't think that. You know why? Because when I look at statistics, I'm way ahead of everybody else that we just talked about in amount of viewers. So just the monetization of YouTube for me is higher, much higher than them, even though it's not that great because YouTube is YouTube. So I don't need to have extra fluff just to say that's good or not. But yeah, I get what you say, Jasmine. But nope. No affiliate links of anything. Nope. Except, here's what I'm going to say, Jasmine. Yes, and that's where I did think about stuff. If my channel had affiliate links, it'd be non-radio. Meaning, for example, I like this coffee. Here's a link if you want to buy it and try it. My affiliate links would be non-related to radio. They would be related to other stuff that I buy every day that, oh, I like this coffee, I like that, coffee maker, I like that microwave or whatever. Since it has no link to radio, it would be just like a affiliate link of, I use every day this shampoo. If you want to try it, there's the link. And that's up to you. It has nothing to do with radio. It can't have anything to do with the content of the channel. I'm okay with affiliate links of products that are everyday life products, but not linked to what you do. I have a problem with Todderbird for that. Todderbird is, buy radios here on Amazon because I have affiliate links. No, that is just no cool. No cool. But I'm okay with channels that like, okay, now that we take a little break, I drink this coffee, this tea, this, you know, I like the whatever orange juice. And that is different because I talk about something that has nothing to do with the products that I talk about. And that I'm okay. And channels that do that, like a lot of places that I go to, it's exactly that. Their ads are not related to the content. They're related to other stuff that's like, you know, I like this product. You know, give it a try. Kenneth says, I used to pick up my Amiga 500 on my old TV when it was turned on. That's the thing, you know? Not I don't want money. I don't want money. I don't want dirty money. Dirty money is a problem. I don't want dirty money. Credibility is not good when you actually earn money from the same exact content you're buying. You're getting stuff. It's not a boomer thinking. Boomer wants to make money. I'm an X thinking. I don't want to, you know, I don't want to be bribed. That's the exact word, being bribed. So that's the thing. And that's where I am. My reputation is way higher than any of those guys because I'm not bribed. And I say what I think. That's the way it is. Okay, Michael says every time you work at Salvation Army, every time he's seen a multi-band radio, he would jump out of his pants. Yeah. You know. Old radio's got a Victoria 2007, 664C in 2014. Did you buy these drives? Buy these drives where you put just a SD card. You'll have all the games that you just download the images off the internet. That would be great. Yeah, there's a lot of Alabama Red. There's a lot of boom boxes and stuff. There's some that are quite expensive too, I gotta say. Yeah, the DSP chip, like Blogger Die says, the DSP chip it costs nothing to have shortwave on the radio today. GS Vitlik, thank you for the donation, much appreciated. Lowtech 42, nice to have you here. KF6GRE, it's good to be with you. Who makes your digital clock? Oh, I have to find a link, but I bought it on Amazon. And I like it, and it's so good in keeping precision time too. It's just amazing. There's a lot, like Brian Leisner says, there's a lot of the new boom boxes that the cassette mechanisms are very bad. Absolutely. Kenneth says, if you had a car, would it have the wide wall tires with an antenna in the back? Yes, indeed. Oh, God. Ricky says, RE closing now. Radio Stereo España. Almesam 9455. There's shortwave radiogram going on right now. Yep. Well, RRT08, there's a new feature coming to YouTube where they have a way of now, there's a bypass which is, they're going to put us in contact directly with some sellers that see the content of a channel and decide that would be a proper channel to have their content or their products. ET himself says, how does one buy electronics from China and expect a warranty unless they have a location in Canada or in the US? Well, that's where it's complicated. You have to go to different good suppliers, and that happens with, like, for example, for radio, we know that Anonco, which is a Texan reseller, well, Anonco is amazing for that. Even if you bought something from Texan, which is Chinese made, and Anonco is going to help you out. And there's, I mean, because there is a warranty. A warranty is a warranty. But yeah, international warranties are kind of complex. Sometimes the biggest problem is not necessarily exchange. It's like, yeah, we'll exchange it, but you have to pay the return fee or postage of a certain radio. This is why, sometimes I will buy stuff off of Amazon. Amazon has that guarantee for you. You understand? And that's the thing. That's the thing. Well, I'll tell you one thing, Jasmine, about being poor doesn't give credibility. I think I make more money than them anyways. And I don't have to kiss the ass of someone. Which will never be. Which will never be. Lamar Fascion, nice to have you here. Where are you from? Kevin Michael remembers Radio Peace and Progress. Lamar Fascion says, I found your advice quite accurate in my experience. Cool. So, Yeah, I understand, Jasmine, but, it's... Artist Autocraft Kitchen says, I was approached by a new Victor Corporation to do a video on YouTube amplified turntables. Then they pulled the plug on the project when realized price with shipping would be too high. Yeah. So, But, anyways, we'll go as we go. But you know what? Honestly, I'm pretty sure. I'm actually very sure I make more money right now than any of those guys, because I've got an audience that's amazing, and I got an audience that wants to, not just chip in. It's like I got an audience that, it doesn't mean, I understand what you say, Jasmine. You're not necessarily dishonest talking about products that you'll get money off if they buy it from a link. I totally understand. Some people are, but yeah, they do ask for donations. They have these big banners at the top of their channel saying, hey, PayPal here. Not worse than me. Well, same here, Blogger Die. When I got the XH Data E100, I told him it's illegal. I can't talk about it. It's illegal. It's an illegal radio to sell. It is. And me with my ham license, it's even worse. If I talk about it and say, hey, buy this, it could actually put my ham license in jeopardy. Because it is illegal to own one of them. I not talked about it. And I even told them. No, I'm not saying that, that he's a scammer, different gear TV. At all. That's not where I'm going at all. I'm just saying I don't like that kind of, you know. Jasmine, Paul's favorite coffee. Yeah. Kenneth. If I had a YouTube channel and think hair shampoo would want to sponsor me. Ah, good. Just radio check. I'm a boomer. I'm not out to take off money from anybody. Yep. Brian Penny, Radio 48 on Mixed Radio International 6845. Let's check it out. Upper sideband, I would guess 06845. Very good. S9 Plus coming in right now. Let's narrow in on that signal. Look at that. Look at that very wide band, recognizable signal off from Mix Radio. It's very strong. 6845 upper sideband right now. Robert Levin, I drink Kenko instant coffee because I like the stuff that tastes horrid. Mike B, you got integrity. I trust your videos and reviews because you give the good and bad. Yeah. You know. Anyways, I'm not there to, I'm not, yeah, there you go, Jasmine. I drink X brand coffee. Why? Because it keeps me up DXing until 4 hours in the morning. And I just love the stuff. You know, or beer. Like, you know, I like this beer because it's just so refreshing. It keeps me going on the live streams for hours. That I would do, you know. Please don't talk about Gen Z. All right, Dodd, take care. Stay safe. Hangpar, nice to have you on board from Los Angeles. So 6845, yep, pretty good. Kevin Michael, TV used to get cell phones. Oh yeah, if you had a TV that went to channel 83, because you guys remember that TV sold in several different versions. So the oldest TVs, when you were a guy and a kid, whatever, if you were a kid in the 80s, early 80s, the TV went to a UHF 83. Because somehow they thought that, hey, we'd have so many channels on TV that you need to have all of that. And then later, there was the cell phone band that was created. So the cell phone band in the 80s and 90s used what was anywhere from channel 69, well, channel 70 to 83. That was the frequency range, the 880 megahertz range of those UHF channels. So later, they sold TVs that would go up to UHF 69 and stop there. But if you had an old one and played with the channels, and I experienced that because my black and white TV would go to 83, you could hear cell phone conversations anywhere from channel 70 to 83. And that's what happened back in the day. Absolutely. So it's just so funny. Boombox always have a tape eater. Yeah. But that is one thing that we just somebody mentioned. Today's boomboxes or any radio that has tape cassette player. You gotta want to hear. I'm gonna get it. The Crosley here, which is what surprises me today of these is I'm coming back. What surprises me of these today is that the tape player indeed is very crappy. The tape players of these are not the tape players even of the cheapest radios I had in the 80s. The cheapest radios I had in the 80s had a better tape player than this. That's not counting that a lot of boomboxes, for some stupid reason, don't have stereo. They're mono because the freaking reading head has only one side that it reads. It doesn't read stereo. It's so stupid. Brian Leisner and Anna from Anonco is excellent. She took care of me on a warranty issue, literally a 4-day turnaround. Yes, yeah, Anonco is the place, and you know that is truly fantastic. I mean, I purchased a lot of radios, so when I asked for a free Texan S2200X, if she would, you know, if I could get one, she didn't even hesitate. She was like, of course. And she even mentioned that, you know, we follow what you do. We look at what you talk about, and we look at the reviews you give to radios. So she didn't even hesitate. She was like, here, we're sending you a radio. And you know, talk about it. I always tell everybody that I send for that is, you know, I'll be very fair. If the radio's bad, I'm going to say the radio's bad. I already got Shoyoung telling me that when I told everyone on the first version of the LC90 that it wasn't that great, they came back to me and says, wow, you're very powerful, because we lost half of our sales just after you posted the fact that the radio wasn't good. And I was like, yeah, well, if you send me a radio, it's better be good, because I'm sorry. So, Radio Peace in Progress. We have somebody as saying, oh, Radio Peace in Progress, do you have a interval signal off of that? Let me just check here. I'm going to go to... You know, they put all the stuff under Russia. They should have kept USSR in one of the categories. Okay. Russia. Here's Russia. And I guess we go into vintage clips. State. Okay, is that one? Radio. That's Voice of Russia. Okay, do I have Peace in Progress here somewhere? Where's Radio Peace in Progress? Peace in Progress. Oh, here we go. This is an English. There we go. An English ID of Peace in Progress with this one. So let's check it out.
You are tuned to radio station Peace and Progress, the voice of Soviet public opinion. You are tuned to radio station Peace and Progress, the voice of Soviet public opinion.
Is the voice... It's the voice of Soviet public opinion. I like that. Anybody wants to listen to the voice of Soviet public opinion? So that was for Mr. Jean Arrache, Free to Choose. Radio Peace in Progress. Old Radio's on his 8 beer. Youch. Lamar Fastian says, thank you for what you do. For what you have done for me, which is I learned how to shortwave and tune SSB. Cool. Matt says, if you're selling something, you can't be trusted to review it honestly. Yep, that's my take on it too. Even well-meaning people will let their judgment be affected by the profit incentive. That I agree totally. That's why I don't want it. You know, I got to make a living, but I want to make a living being as honest as possible. No, the D808 isn't illegal, Lamar Francine. There's something else that's illegal in like things like this. This is illegal. I haven't talked about it. Shouldn't be sold because technically, if the FCC did anything to check out what's coming in and out, these radios would never be sold here. So you know. So yeah, I'm gonna check the Twitch, Jasmine. I've been looking at that. I will. Hey, Tubrook Tim, nice to have you on board, my friend. Thank you for the tip. No, it's all right, Jasmine. It's fine. You don't, you're not, I'm not. I'm hard to offend, honestly, and I understand. Totally. Totally understand what you're saying. To himself, could you put a link up for the retailer that you mentioned? Are you talking about Anonco? What retailer? Anonco? For the Texan receivers? Anonco. So this is where anybody should want to buy a radio, a Texan receiver particularly. I mean, how much is a? We're gonna check it out. So this is Texan S2200. How much are those now? Yeah, it's $372. Wow, that's expensive. So Anonco, this is Anonco. And I mean, they're the best. If you want to buy a Texan receiver, this is where you should go to all the time. Angpar, Professor G, what are your thoughts about 3L Atlas? It's that new object that has recently appeared in the solar system. Not sure if anyone has mentioned it previously. Yeah, we're not an astronomy channel, but so for those that don't know, 3L Atlas is a object that is going through our solar system. It is it's like the Oumuamua thing. It's an interstellar object. I mean, it doesn't come from our solar system. It's not like a regular comet that comes from the Oort cloud at the end of our solar system. Yeah, there's a lot of talk. And every time there's one of those, Oumuamua was one of them, a year or two ago. It's something that comes from outer space really far away. It's crossing our solar system. There's always somebody somewhere saying there's this awkward thing about it, that it must be alien. It's like, look, I'm not saying that it can't be, because you know what? Who knows? One day, some alien ship might come through our solar system. We don't know. It does come out of, but it doesn't exhibit. Although there's some weird things about it, it doesn't really exhibit anything out of the ordinary. That would be like, oh well, this must be made by an alien civilization, and it might be something spying on us or whatever. we don't have a lot of these objects coming through, but we have some from time to time. I think today we see more of them because we have all of the technology to detect them. But, you know, my personal astronomy guy take on it is, yeah, it's some kind of, you know, it's simply some kind of thing that is just a rock or whatever, and it's an unusual whatever comet or that's coming from somewhere really far away. It's going to go through a solar system. It's going to be gone, and that's it. If aliens had the, I always think about this as if the aliens had the technology to come and spy on us, I bet you we wouldn't even know about it. They'd be just looking with their very more advanced technology and saying, yeah, okay, this planet is, yeah, the crazy planet of the universe, and just move on. But it's interesting, you know. I mean, these things are coming from outer space into, like, we're not used to that. We have tons of comets and stuff like that are all coming from inside our own solar system. But that, you know, it's part of we don't see much of them, a class of objects that comes from really far away in the universe and just goes through our solar system, and that's it, you know. Artist Autocrafter's Kitchen. I thought about putting content on Twitch, but I don't want to spread social media too thin. You can only be on so many. You know what? That's the first thing I noticed. When I started at YouTube, I started with like 12 YouTube channels. That's why that Finnish guy that preferred, you know, like telling others that they were idiots than doing content on his own channel. I did it because I thought, what about if I do 12 subjects and keep what's popular? And this is what happened. And what was popular? 1, my tech channel. 2, Shortwave. And after that, I continued with 4, and a Windows Insider channel where I talk stuff about, you know, the Insider program. And I continue with my ham radio stuff and VHF, UHF. But you know what? You understand very, very, very quickly. You can't take care of 8 channels or 4 channels or 6 channels. You can only, as one person, take care of 1, 2, max. Well, I kept 2 because that's the only thing I could handle. RJ Dakota, 6845 on my PL330, only built-in antenna. Bob Cantor, nice to have you here. Mixed radio booming in Long Island with his Malahite V3 Chinese clown. Brian Leisner still purchased a Shoyang. I'm just going to go back up. Should I go here? Okay. Okay, I'm trying to go down as fast as possible. So, still purchase a Shoyang LC90 with sport medium wave. It's a truly unique. Oh, it is a unique radio. Absolutely. Brian Penny, Dodie DOJ, woof, on 6935 AM. Old radios needs ham TV. Alabama Red, Joe, when I first started the hobby, I watched a video from you about Texan radios. Trusted your advice. Went with the brand. Now 3 years later, I have 6 Texan receivers. ET himself, how does frequency hopping work with cordless phones? I can't get any real information about, even from manufacturers. Frequency hopping has to do with the... so what happens is that the circuit of the base... So, for example, on cordless phones you're talking about, the base listens to what's happening. And if it finds that it has too much interference, it will move on to another frequency and give you that transmission there. So frequency hopping is really a technology to remove as much interference from a communication with a cordless phone. It will just look at, okay, is there noise here? There's not. We'll choose this frequency, and we'll use that now. And there's always a circuit that analyzes the signal to noise ratio. So if noise comes too high, it's going to say, oh, I'm going to move to another frequency. And even if you're in a conversation, it will not, you won't notice it, but you'll have switched to another frequency, which is less noisy. So it keeps the communication clear all the time. So this is pretty much how these cordless phones work. They just look at the noise because there's a limited number of channels. And when cordless phones were very popular, there were so many comms that those phones had to choose, okay, well, this is the channel that's clear now. This is what we're going to use for the communication that we're going to do next. So I had a Panasonic which did that. And I mean, you would not, you don't hear the switching. You don't hear that it's, going to another frequency. You're just having a conversation, and the phone handles all of that, and you just don't know. '80s boomboxes in good conditions are better. Oh, definitely. If you have an '80s boombox in good condition, the tape players of these radios are a million times better than today. Fred Waterer, nice to have you on board. Pretty cool. Nice to have you here. So yeah, frequency hopping. There's also all sorts of. This is actually used in many types of communications, including like commercial repeaters. Commercial repeaters have a bunch of frequencies. So you'll have 20 frequencies. You'll have 40, 50 users. They will assign frequencies depending on the user because it's not always the same. And every time the conversation goes through, it's even worse because on a cordless phone, it's a link that's trying to keep the same link all the time. And a repeater frequency hopping is, I'm talking to you, we're on this frequency, but there's 20, 25 frequencies possible. When you stop keying and somebody else is going to talk to you, they're now analyzing, oh, now we're going to jump to this frequency. It sends a digital code to your radio that says, now I'm on this frequency, so this is where we're going for the conversation. And then you stop, and it's your turn. When it's your turn, it analyzes what frequency. Oh, it sends a digital code to your radio saying, now we're jumping to that frequency because this is where it's clear and we can talk. And so it's a very interesting. It's really part digital. Your radios have chips that just like, okay, we're moving here, 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 and here. For you, it's like a walkie-talkie. It's like a seamless two-way transmission all the time. And this allows, by the way, on repeaters particularly, it allows a repeater that has 20 channels to maybe have 50 users because they know that all 50 of them will never transmit at the same time. And so they assign channels to whoever transmits. Usually it's fine. Where it's not fine is when disaster happens, when all 50 of them want to call. Now that's a problem. Black Eye, yeah, even devices that do Bluetooth stereo have mono cassettes. A stereo cassette is hard to come by, and the Amazon descriptions aren't clear. That is true. That, you know what? Nobody tells you that. Nobody tells you that it's not stereo. Nobody tells you anything about it. And you're like, what the freaking problem is this? You know, a stereo head, what? It doesn't cost $20 more. What? It costs 50 cents more. I understand in millions sold it's a difference, but you don't understand. And these radios all have that freaking mono head. Even I talked about one of those boom boxes. It wasn't even stereo. You look at the inside's electronics. Nothing's stereo, not even the FM transmission. It's all rigged like, yeah, we're just rigged it like this and it looks like a boombox. But you don't understand that we notice about that? We notice the shit you're selling us? This is crazy. It's something that I'm like, come on. I want to have a stereo, good quality cassette player today. And the only way I find it, where is it? The Panasonic boombox that my mom has, that I still have here, is the only one that comes close to something that's quality. It's, come on. What else do we have? RJ Concord used to be a not a really bad label. Okay. To himself, they're very good cassette players these days, although Miss won't like their prices. Well, yeah, you gotta pay. You gotta pay for it. I mean, I'm sure there's cassette decks you can buy today that are very high quality. Definitely. I mean, they have to be expensive. I mean, my last time I purchased a cassette deck for my stereo system in 1994-5, I paid $300 for it in 94. So they have to be expensive today, honestly. You know. Fred Waterer, the voice of Soviet public opinion. Stand by while the party tells them what their opinion are. Yep. That's it. Like I've been banging my head for months looking for something to convert these old cassettes with stereo. And it just hit me that there's one on the shelf 7 feet from me, a G vintage AM FM cassette. There you go. You know, there's one from Curtis, sold $69 here at the electronics store that I go to, Addison. I'm curious, is that stereo? Because it's a Bluetooth cassette player. You're supposed to be transferring your tapes. Is that Bluetooth? It doesn't. It's like you said, Blogger Die. I look at the description. It's not clear. There's no talk about stereo. It's just like, oh yeah, just transfer your cassettes via Bluetooth to a computer or whatever. And I'm like, yeah, but for $70, what am I getting? A real good device or a cheap piece of crap that's mono? I don't know. Peace in progress, what the leader's opinion was. Yep. Kevin Michael, I want a Baofeng, yeah. Like I died, the XH data Eon is just Baofeng 3 mode K6. Yeah, you know. Old radios ate 3 cans of canned pasta. Oh, God. Brian Leesner just bought a Texan R911 from Nonco on their eBay store. I like those true analog radios. 2N2222A. All the Hubble stuff is colorized. Well, everything is colorized. 2N222A. Did you know that to take real high resolution space pictures, you have to take black and white pictures? It's been on every spaceship since the past and still today. Everything's colorized. It's not made up. Made up is you decide what color is stuff. 2N222. They're not made up. They are driven through the data they have of what it looks like in color. Because that info exists in the data of the picture. So to have high resolution pictures, It's always in black and white. That's the highest resolution you can ever take. Then they have all the data that says, okay, you want to add color? This is what it is. And you add color over it. But it's not made up. It's just data that's taken to say, well, this is where and this is how it should look like. You don't just like take a picture and it's like, you know, like pictures of Mars. They're not in color. That Mars rover takes black and white pictures all the time. When you see a color one, it's because the picture information says, well, this is, you know, the temperature of the floor, the temperature of the color. We call light temperature. Light temperature gives you what type of color it is. And so it adds that computerized. You know, it's like those Voyager pictures. Saturn in color, Jupiter in color. It's not made up. It's just added with the data they have, because Voyager took pictures in black and white of everything all the time. Our RT08 just bought a Syngene ATS 99X2. Prices are everywhere on these days. Robert Levin, I think it's covered Doobie. Look at that. I had one of every color of the R911 branding except the bronze one that I never proved existed outside an ad. Aliens gave us radio. Yeah, that's it. That's it. Okay, well, the chat's working better now because there's a lot of people posting. So aliens gave us shortwave. We know now. Aliens give us shortwave. Kevin Michael, why is that illegal? It transmits everywhere. So this radio doesn't transmit just on the handbands. It transmits everywhere. Makes it illegal everywhere around the world. Everywhere. You transmit with this, you could be liable of transmitting on a frequency you shouldn't have. Yet, tons of people buy it. Why? Because there's no regulation. You just buy it off of Amazon or whatever, or XH Data's website. Who cares? But you know what? You can transmit on a frequency which is the local police. You can transmit on a frequency which is maritime communications. Transmit on any freaking frequency you want. This is what bothers me, because we will be in deep shit someday because of that. Because someone or some bad guys are going to say, oh, look at that. We can buy these Chinese radios and we can actually interfere intentionally with any law, you know, any companies that might be the ones that need to do transmissions to stop us, whatever, you know. Free to choose when they receive something such as the WOW signal, and which frequency range and the radio telescope are they using. The WOW signal was on 1.6 gigahertz, I believe. The WOW signal, it's not totally answered. So for those that don't know what the WOW... Oh, Markland, I need your email. You won a Canadian International DX Club membership because of your donations 2 weeks ago. So official shortwave radio at gmail.com. Please send me your email address. You will receive a membership. You will receive all the info. Okay? It's very important. You were the second winner. And I couldn't get any info off of you. I'm so happy you're here tonight for that. And thank you so much for the generous donation, by the way. Okay? So you got a 1-year membership that you actually got 2 or 3 weeks ago when we did the drawing. So please send me an email. Give me one email that I can give to Sheldon Harvey. You'll receive the first bulletin. You'll receive all the membership info. And hey, if you want to join the Zoom meeting once a month from the club, it'd be a lot of fun. So please do. I was waiting for you to give a donation or be here somehow to give you your winnings of that membership. Okay, let's go down slowly. We're in the mix of space and radio here. Okay, what else do we have? Okay, we're going to go down. I saw a comment from Jasmine, which was interesting. Just a rock, yes, probably just a rock, absolutely. So, Sheila, thank you. Welcome aboard from Belleville, Ontario. Nice to have you here, Sheila. So Jasmine says interstellar comets are cool because they've been drifting between the stars for billions of years. So the stuff they collect out there, like CO2, is different than the solar system. Yep. That's why, when they look at them, they are different. They are different. Free to choose. So when they receive so the WAV signal, let's go for that. I was there. Simon Templar, nice to have you on board, by the way. So the WAV signal, for those that don't know what that is, it was the first time that something very unusual happened. First of all, it was called a WAV signal because the scientific guy behind it just saw the data and said, wow. He just wrote wow on the paper that came out of the printer. I believe that comes from 1977 or something like that. So there's search for alien life forever, and we want to know, are we alone or not? And we want to know if there's someone out there or there's something out there. I know there's life out there. Universe is too big. Intelligent life is is a different thing because it's more complex to create. So personally, I'm sure there's tons of life. Intelligent life, we're probably pretty far apart, but there are some too. And what happens is that in 1977, there was the Big Ear Observatory, I believe is the name that they called it. Let me just get a little more into it. So WAV signal. So the WAV signal is a strong, narrow band, and this is one of the first keys of why they thought it might be alien. Any signal from outer space is a wideband signal. It's not narrow. It doesn't have a specific size. It's natural noise for the most part. So everything's kind of wideband. But the WAV signal is a narrow band signal. And a narrow band signal, we don't see that in space in general. So if there's a narrow band signal, well, it must be created by some kind of intelligence, some kind of extraterrestrial intelligence. So the WAV signal was received, and it was received in a very specific way. The Big Ear telescope could hear 2 lobes of frequencies. So as the Earth is turning, what you hear is on one side. Then as the speed of Earth turns, you hear it on the other side. And this signal came in like this. It came in as one side, another side. And everybody just, and it was very powerful. Everybody just went, wow. And that's why it's called a wow signal. It was written wow on the paper that the data came out of. So the frequency used was close to 1,420 megahertz. Why? So 1,420 megahertz or 1.42 gigahertz is the natural spectral line of hydrogen. So hydrogen is the most abundant element in the universe. And hydrogen is the reason they're listening there. They're thinking, if there is something to talk about, if some alien wants to talk to me, it must be on some frequency which is the most common that we all know of scientifically. Which I always thought was stupid. You know why? Because it's also the one that has the most interference, since you're transmitting on the line of a hydrogen atom. But that's my personal take on it. So by doing those measurements, they found this really, and the lobes were twice as the Earth turns. So it's like, well, it has to be somewhere out there, because it matches the fact that the Earth was turning and the rotation of Earth and the speed. It was never heard again. Never, never, never. And it was heard on 1450.5056. Just a little higher than the hydrogen frequency. It was located in the Sagittarius constellation. And so there was a lot of, where does it come from? Is it something from Earth that happened? Is the Earth itself creating a frequency or a signal there? Was it a satellite that just passed through the radio telescope and something happened? There was some search going on for a long time. People were listening to that frequency, saying, you know what, let's continue. Let's continue listening to this. Let's see what this could be. Maybe we'll hear it again. Maybe we'll have more info about where it comes from. There was a modern day study that was done on that signal. And modern day study seems to kind of point of saying, well, I think it's, one of the Earth's satellites or a comet. One was about a comet because the comets have a lot of hydrogen atoms in their own. And at that time in 1977, there was a comet close to where the Big Ear telescope scanned. So there was a researcher that said, I think it's a comet. I think you just heard that comet's hydrogen lines on the radio telescope. And that's why you haven't heard it again, because that comet isn't near there anymore. Could that be? Yeah, that's possible. This is one of the things actually I've been I'm a very keen, very, like anything about, I was part of the SETI at home. My computer was running 24 hours a day, maybe some of you guys, searching for life. I'm a big fan of that. But I'm not a alien, guy. I'm not gonna aliens come to Earth every day and blah blah blah. But that fascinated me in a way that was like, okay, wow, signal. Okay, I read so many articles about it. Is it a comet? It could be. We can't say it's not. But there are things also in that theory of the comet was there that don't quite fit. So I think the mystery is, if it's not solved, it's still, there's still something behind it of, what could it be? What could have that been? I mean, Imagine how the world would change if we would tomorrow morning wake up with big title in the newspaper, life on another planet or in the universe is discovered. That'd be really big. And, you know, who knows? So, Lotec 42. Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, Jay's 2 cents. I don't know. Microsoft says that the SSD issue is not created by their own update, but I don't know. We'll see. Doug Noble. Did aliens give us fashion tips? Yes. Their Kardashians are aliens. Kevin Michael, what do I think of Biofang radios? Well, if it wasn't that they are illegal technically, the radios themselves are pretty cool. You know. Blogger might be time to try HCJB 6050 kilohertz. See himself, I thought it was for privacy and several times per second. Thanks for clearing this up. Frank Ireland, nice to have you here. It's about batteries, the LIFE PO4 batteries. These are great. These are amazing. Yeah, well, there should be some indication they're fully charged, though. What's my take on 5G safety? I got no problem with 5G. They deployed it here. It's a frequency range, and it's a way of communicating. It's a 5th-generation communication system. That's all. I mean, 5G is just 5th-generation communication system. Fred Water, can you post a link to your tech channel? Yeah, sure. Here it is. My tech channel is here. And your channel, it is, here we go. Here's the tech channel for you guys that want it. So, here we go. RJ Dakota. Back in the day, I used to record really good on, TDA, SA. I remember that. BASF tapes. Oh, God. What am I using for an audio system to listen to music, you mean? I don't have a really specific good audio system apart from, like, I'm using a console here with my PC. So, of course, the sound through these are really amazing. But my favorite beer, anything that is a blonde type beer, and IPAs are the one that I hate the most. But a good quality, a good quality draft of anything is good for me. But there's a lot of stuff that I like. I mean, I go through a lot of types of beers over time. London 19657. I watch other content creators, and I believe there is no upmarket cassette unit. They're all the same from the factory, but stereo. Yeah, it's possible. I mean, today's market must be. I mean, even we talk about there's an uptick in vinyl, uptick in cassette, but I don't think that uptick is that big to justify new manufacturers of devices. I don't think that is happening. John Carney's nice to have you here. K61, listening to the early Beatles cassette will tell you if the tape deck's stereo. Oh, that definitely. Definitely. I still remember when I got my first vinyl from the Beatles, which was Meet the Beatles, and the first song is like, one side is the music, one side is the voice, and it's like, wow, this is the most stereo that I've ever seen in music. The Beatles are good for that. Yeah, definitely. Definitely. So Mark Markland, thank you so much. Please email me. You have a Canadian International DX Club membership waiting for you. It's very important that you email me, please, for that reason. And thanks, guys, for the donations. We have E.T. himself. We have Frank Ireland. We have Joseph in California. Thank you so much for the donations. It's much appreciated. Don't forget there's the pizza fund. The pizza fund is also there. Pizza fund. Whoa. Pizza fund. And Paul the cat treats through PayPal. That is also another place. So don't forget about that. And it's much appreciated, you guys, for the donations. Really, really, really cool. So there's so much mystery out there, and radio signals. You know what got me into setting at home also is, listening to signals from outer space to see if there's life. It is an amazing mystery, honestly, when you think about it. I mean, it's just crazy. I gotta go pee and do a little bit of checking out on my tech guy duties. So, and my tech guy duties, sorry, on my caregiving duties, and we'll actually have for you guys Radio Romania on the East Coast coming in. The sixth project targets several areas. Taxation. Radio Romania International in English, 11620. Coming back in a few seconds.
Administration, reform of special pensions for magistrates, and last but not least, the reform of the National Energy Regulatory Authority, the Financial Supervisory Authority, and the National Authority for Administration and Regulation of Communications. At the same time, the executive seeks better regulation regarding the outsourcing of multinational profits, increasing the taxation of stock market gains, introducing new rules for the taxation of rental income, and the 25 late fee for parcels ordered from outside the EU. There are also changes according to which family physicians would be paid based on consultations and not on the number of registered patients, and minimum and maximum limits for the number of children per class in school would be adjusted. There is also talk of a 70% increase in local taxes, the cutting of 40,000 positions in local administrations, and the raising of the retirement age for magistrates to 65 years. According to Prime Minister Yahya Bolajan, the effects of the two packages of measures will be seen next year. The anticipated introduction of the second package of fiscal measures to reduce the budget deficit brought people to the streets again this week. There were protests in front of the Ministry of Education, where for more than 20 days, teachers and school teachers concerned about the impact of the announced changes in the system have been gathering. They are dissatisfied with the increase in teaching standards, the merger of over 500 schools, and the reduction of the hourly rate by over 50%. This has been the Weekend Review.
Focus on Romania. Let's listen next to the hit of the day, a song called Longing, sung by Dora Gaetanovic and Irina Rimes. The two singers first met 7 years ago, when Irina Rimes was Dora Gaetanovic's voice coach in a TV competition show. Since then, the latter's career has taken off to turn her into a local star. Longing, which she herself helped compose, speaks of a longing that becomes unbearable, an illness, a burden, an obsession. I composed it, says Dora, with the thought of that moment when life turns into something physical, heavy, oppressive. Longing is a strong song, full of energy. And she says it will be included on her new album. Let's take a listen.
Alright, so here we have, might be a little bit of cutting back on the audio because of copyright constraints of Romanian music. But hey, we are back. So, yeah, so much really cool and interesting stuff in there with astronomy, radio, and all of that. What else do we have? So E.T. himself, thank you for the donation. Radio Havana on 13780. Right now? I know that they were there a few times. 78. I don't hear anything. I would hear it up here. I don't hear anything. You must have some other station. Kenneth, old Coco 3 used to have an accessory scanner that used a color wheel to convert the color pictures into digital by using a black and white camera. Yep, same thing. Cool, Markland. Don't forget to leave your email there so I can put you on the CIDX list. Paul Stringer, thank you. Yeah, nice. Jasmine, there's so many newer ways to search, and we are some great techno signatures papers. There's, Jasmine. I mean, you're in that field, which is more. You're much more advanced than me in it. But there's radio signals. There's so many ways of, can we? And the other thing is, depending on the civilization, are we similar? Can we base our technology on detecting out extraterrestrial life based on our own? Maybe we're so different that it's not the same thing. It doesn't look the same, and I don't know. Is there a base signature, a base thing that if there's life, this is what we know? I mean, we can measure an exoplanet's atmosphere and say, well, it looks good for life. It doesn't mean life is in it. It might look good. It doesn't mean it's good. It doesn't mean it happened. Which is also the big mystery of how it happened. This is where some people have God in it and some people don't, and you don't know. It's so mysterious. Mike WX50 installed a SETI at home program. Yep. I mean, I installed it on all of my PCs. Yeah, well, Rick Myers and you, Mark, have won the CIDX membership at the same time. Paul Stringer, we're not alone. Nope. Hey, look at the X-Files. I gotta say, if there's something that I always love to watch, I mean, X-Files, I don't know what to watch. I'm gonna watch X-Files. X-Files is always interesting. And I mean, I don't mean by that it's anything scientific. It is not, but it's so cool. The static, Joseph, so if you would remove all the human-made noise, if you would remove all the most basic noise possible, two types of noise are creating that static on your radio. The the electrons that are going through the circuit of your radio are creating one part of that noise floor. The second part is the natural background radiation of the Big Bang from 13.7 billion years ago. Markland. I know what it is with cats. Thanks, Joseph, for your donation. Yeah, they all think we're so weird we shouldn't go there. This is the crazy planet of the universe. Don't go there. We all thought, we shouldn't give our position to any aliens because they would be like coming to us and just like, eating us or whatever, consuming our resources. And then they realized, no, that's the crazy planet. Everybody in the universe stay away from that planet. That's the crazy planet of the universe. That's why we never seen aliens. Paul Stringer, when I was 15 leaving Toronto, I saw a spaceship in 74. Half an hour, one side sleep as a meteor crash, killing 3 aliens. Yeah, J Project's Breakthrough Listen is a modern extraterrestrial listening project. They had some anomalous captures online, also like carriers. As we have Jasmine, and the other side is 1.6 gigahertz Drexel, so between 1.4 and 1.6. They called it the water hole. Huh, interesting. Yeah, animal. Yeah, everybody, living things gather around water. It's a basic need of our lives. Joseph, they should have more radio listeners on their scientific team. It's actually amazing what scientists dream of. This is where I like contact with Jodie Foster. An actual listener. She's an actual radio listener. She was a ham radio. She's an actual radio listener. She wants to listen to that noise. I would too. Don't give me that. If there would be alien life sending a signal, don't give me that screen shit. Let me hear it, please. I want to hear it off of a radio. I don't want just that data shit. I want the sound of it. I would be one of those. I want the sound of that thing. Jasmine, so the thinking was life depends on water, so intelligent life might pick up those frequencies symbolically. Yeah, and you know what? That's where I've always thought about, but not all life must. It's not true that all life must be based on that. When I look at Alien, the movie, and they have this acid blood, basically. Well, why can't it exist? There could be some mixture in the universe that's the thing. So what would they do? They would be listening to some other frequency of some other molecule based on their own life form. It doesn't mean life is around water. It doesn't mean... I've always thought of that. No, we don't know the mix that creates life. We have this mix of life. The mix of life could be very different from ours. Water can not even be a part of some other life. We don't know. So, it's the thinking of, it's our human thinking, the way we are, the way we were built, that it must be like that. But, maybe not. MDK2, life most certainly exists elsewhere. Intelligent life possible. Life with a mechanical capability and scientific knowledge to transmit radio and travel in space. Now you're talking long odds. But with the size of the universe, those odds are actually not that big. It's common. The problem is, like Jasmine just said the same thing I'm saying now. The problem is not if it's fairly common. Let's say it exists, intelligent life that transmits signals and all that, but it's a odd, that means we're 2 per galaxy doing it, or 3 or 4. Unless you're extremely lucky that your neighbor is doing it. So like Alpha Centauri, closest star to us, or Alpha Proxima, I believe. You're out of luck. Because if our next intelligent beings transmitting signals and doing stuff is on the other side of the Milky Way, that's 100,000 light years away. We might never, ever know we exist. And yet we're there, both in our galaxy, the same galaxy. It's just too far away. So I believe intelligent life that communicates is much more common than we think. It's just that we are so far away from each other because the universe is huge. What are the odds that we'll ever contact and know that we exist? That is the other question. That is, yeah, well, you know, there's life somewhere, but it's so far away, I will never know. It would have to be by accident very close. You know, that's where, you know, randomness of the universe exists. Is we're lucky. Our next life, intelligent life, is 5 light years away. It's still far, by the way. But 5 light years, if they transmit a signal, it takes 5 years to come here. We can answer back 5 years, 10 years, back and forth. But if it's 100,000 years, that the physics also of the signals, meaning that when you transmit a signal with your ham gear, and it's this law exists across our own galaxy everywhere. Every time our signal doubles in distance, it's 4 times weaker. Well, 100,000 light years away? Youch. Better be lucky, you know? So, I believe, personally, life is extremely common. Bugs, all sorts of weird beings or something. There must be plants out there with tons of that. But the intelligent life is rarer. It's much more complex to develop. And that there's less of. And we are probably very far away from each other. It makes it extremely difficult for us, you know. Absolutely, Matt, what you're saying is true, that there's nothing that is, you know, is a certainty. Absolutely. It's much more of a, well, look at what happened here. This must have happened in so many other places. That's the thing, you know. J Projects, yeah, the text string of the WAV signal is like it was like a WAV, like an early SDR, if you want. Absolutely. Kenneth did SETI for 5 years. Joseph, a lot of stuff in astrophysics is not that provable, though. Same with like archaeology. People take a tiny bone fragment and think they can reconstruct an entire life. Yeah, maybe a bit. Well, you know, when you get like to dinosaurs, we have enough of, it's not even a bone, it's a fossil. We know, you know, the dinosaurs they show you in exhibits is is what they must have looked like. They got enough of the being in a fossil that, it looks like that, probably looked like that, probably lived like that, but then it's speculation. Their teeth is like this, they must have been carnivore. The fangs are like that, it must be that. That one must have been flying. Part of it is that what it looks like, probably. Part of it is because it looks like that, yeah, they must have been like this. For sure, there's a lot of it. There's a lot of it. Matt, how does one define intelligent life? Intelligent life, animals, you said it was a problem. Well, intelligence is a very, very broad subject. I mean, we know that orangutans, for example, are extremely intelligent. We know that that dolphins are intelligent. We even know that blue whales are very intelligent. Another being that's very intelligent, the squids. So intelligence, where do you put intelligence when you talk of intelligence? I think we put it as, well, we created this, I'm on the internet, and I can talk to you guys, maybe. But it's, it's complex. A lot of people don't care about science. Jasmine, when you say that, people don't care about science. You know why? Because for the big part of it, they're trying just to go through their day-to-day lives. They don't have time for science. And, I've met so many people. I look at my own family. It's something that they're like, oh, wow, when they hear we've seen something on Pluto. They're like, oh, wow. But it stays there, and then it's, okay, so we need to have money to pay for next week's rent, or, science isn't a bother of a lot of people, because most of the people try to just live their lives, and the rest doesn't care. I remember seeing the first pictures of Pluto, and one of my Facebook friends just posted, wow, what a waste of money. And it's like, yeah, well, that's a lot of people's thinking. Without the also people thinking, well, that $10 billion mission to whatever, we could have fed people, but that's not the way it works. We're not taking, people have the impression we're taking away money from important stuff because we're exploring space, which is not the case. It's very difficult to explain all of that. Joseph, listening to 171 kilohertz long way from Morocco via the Qatari Kiwi SDR. Cool. That's cool. Yeah, Carl Sagan rocked. It's Yeah, I know, Matt. MDK2 Oktoberfest beer. I need to go there someday and meet you. Yeah, IPAs are a little bit hoppy. Absolutely. A little too much for me. It's so let's try to go down as fast as possible. I'm a little far behind. Yeah, Rena Nacional de Amazonas 11780 Calgary. They weren't on for many days recently. Like a Dynamics Copilot just reminded me to get my old Beatles albums to check stereo cassette. I like that. London 19657. Getting kicked out? What's with the 73s? You're not kicked out. I don't know why. Sometimes something happens. Jet NG 962. Is it ending? What's ending? Mike WS50 can't escape the tech guy persona. Oh God. What else we have? Jasmine, if you haven't seen the recent reboot of Cosmos with Neil deGrasse Tyson, yeah, it is good. RGA Dakota, remember the old Beatles records were not compatible with monaural players at all. They had some extreme separation going on. Oh, they were very, very separate. It was crazy. The original Beatles album was like the extreme use of stereo. Absolutely. Absolutely. David says technicians might very well be the equivalent of caregivers to electronics and mechanical devices. Yes, absolutely. Oh, man. Ricky doesn't see or hear Cuba on 13780. Did see a carry on 15230 earlier. Okay. Frank Ireland, how many YouTube channels do you have now, Jill? I missed part of what you said. 2. I got my tech channel. I got this. I got a retro gaming or retro computer channel that exists that has no videos yet. I would hope that maybe someday I'll have time to post stuff there. But I used to have 12 or 14, 15. Which are still on. I never closed them. There's tons of them. One of them is the Old Computer Museum. If you type Gilles and Old Computer Museum, you'll probably find it with some videos of Commodore games. I had an astronomy one, but it was too complicated. Like I said, there's just a certain amount of time you can do things. Yeah, you know. Kamikaze, that's perfectly it. Intelligent aliens are saying, yeah, I'm not contacting these guys. They're crazy. Yeah, X-Files were filmed here in Canada. Absolutely. Alabama Red getting music on 11945, which I believe 11945 I think is at this time what's so we're at what? It was 0 hours? Radio Romania. So 11780. Yeah. Brazil is great tonight. 11945 is Romania in Romanian. That's Radio Romania in Romanian. 11620 is Radio Romania in English with some music too. And let's check out a few things here. I want to go to 1788. Yeah, it's very weak, but it's there. 17880, direct from China. Some Chinese music. This is what I hear very often. Radio Slovakia International, 15770.
Structure of Vatican
Via WRMI,
Story of its beginnings.
Nasze wysielanie w podstawie pojmuje już
Radio Slovakia,
15770.
15770.
Our broadcast has been running regularly since 1949, since July the 3rd to be precise. Just recently, we celebrated 76 years of the Slovak section, which continues to prepare daily news every evening. If we go back even further, we can add 2 more years.
So Radio Slovakia, 15770. Jasmine Agrisho, but in the 1980s, they were limited to how much spectrum they could look. Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, in 1977, our SDRs we use today on shortwave are more advanced than whatever they had in 1980 to launch the Cosmos. So I mean, we're gonna check that out for sure. Frank Ireland, a number of years ago, TV channel had something about Roswell. They invited Art Bell for a segment on it. And there's a lot of things that we got to be careful too. When we talk about UFOs, UFOs are by definition unidentified flying objects. Remember that our military is always on the verge of creating new technology. So when somebody says, well, there was this big spaceship, it was triangle, it was this, it was that, a lot of people just jump on the conclusion, oh, it's alien. Much more probable is a military, demonstration of some kind of object they're trying to figure out if it works. And that a lot of people don't go there. It's like if I would see a weird thing in the sky that flies, the first thing I would think is, wow, is the military, trying out some kind of new device. A lot of people jump on the conclusion is like, oh, there's an alien ship. It's not necessarily alien. It's maybe military. So if you talk about Roswell and people say, oh, I see all sorts of weird things, well, it's a military base. We know the military, the U.S. military, Russians, they all try different stuff. It's experimentation. And so you'll see stuff you'll never see anywhere else. It's not aliens, it's military. Your own military is testing new ships, new devices, new ways of flying, But that's the other thing, Matt, MDK2. We are self-destructive in nature, but it doesn't mean everybody is. Although, you look at life. When I look at nature, I went, Perry Island this week. In front of me, there was a big bush. There was a huge spider with a huge web. And there was other, things that I could see that were just like all sorts of bugs. And I mean, you got to be ferocious and really, really rough to survive. And maybe that's the way that if any life has to be, because it's just too hard to survive. It's hard to survive. Imagine all of those English guys that came here, or French, in the case of Quebec, for example, that were just like dumped over a new land hundreds of years ago. And it's like, hey, live there with that crazy winter that, nothing grows and it's just minus 20 below zero. Maybe it's a characteristic of life. We have to be rough and hard because that's the way we survive. I don't know, you know. Fred Waterer, when aliens find Voyager 1 with their first message will be send more Chuck Berry. The one that I posted on my Facebook wall was there's on Voyager spacecraft, there's a plate. 2 human beings are naked on it, and the one that I posted on my Facebook wall was, "Dear humans, please stop sending porn our way with with instructions on how to get to your home. It's creepy. Sincerely, the aliens." You know. All right, Matt. Have a good time. Wow, I haven't been to the movies in a long time. Have fun. Stay safe. Always fun to have you here. Jet NG says owns a Texan 330 and a Quartercent DX286 and an Eton Traveler 3. Cool. Cool. Why does God need a spaceship? Hey, he can. Why not? Craig Martinetti, X-Files might be coming back on TV, I read. Oh, it's possible. Jet NG RRI, good on 11945. That's alright, Alabama Red. No alcohol. Robert Levin, they found a perfectly frozen saber-toothed tiger in Siberia recently. You don't have to drink. You know, I drink in live shows, but you really don't need to drink. Yeah, Craig Martinetti, I do get some radios free of charge, absolutely. Absolutely. Not all of them. Most I paid for with my money, my own money. But, yeah. I do get some free radios. Absolutely. Alabama Red, take care, my friend. Frank Ireland, what Jill said regarding other intelligent life passing us by because we are a crazy planet. I think that they might pass us by because we are not interesting enough. It's possible. You never know. I don't know. I think intelligent life would be interested in knowing there's other intelligent life. And I think they would stop by and they would, you know. And you know what? I think we have to understand that, you know, when we say, oh, they're like, we're the crazy planet. You never know. That could be some, you know. So it's pretty crazy. Oh, man. Robert Levin bought the Beatles monobox when it came out. Oh, wow. I remember putting on that Meet the Beatles on my record player in 1979. Put the earphones on and it's like, I want to hold your hand. It was like, I want to hold your hand singing here. And all the instruments were there. And I was like, whoa, what is this? This is like crazy. I've never experienced something so separate. Low-Tech 42, my first introduction to shortwave was a building of a 8th kit SW717 shortwave receiver. My dad, with my dad in 71. Wow, this is so cool. Good memories. It's as if, you know, stereo back then was such an amazing thing that everybody was like, let's go crazy at it. Let's separate everything. It's like, until they were like, okay, let's relax the stereo thing a little. It's too much. Oh, God. Bob from Wick. Nice to have you here, Bob from Wick. Nice to have you on board. Oh, Mike WX50. I forgot about that. The military reverse engineer from the aliens. I'm sorry. I didn't know. I forgot about that. J Projects. Any early jet engine test pilot would wear a gorilla mask. You know, imagine in the 40s or 30s or 50s, all of those crazy new planes that they would go out with. It's like, yeah, alien ships everywhere. Blagadai, the only thing that... So, I forget. Okay, where is it? Oh, God. Okay, here we go. To receive... The only thing I have to receive WVB are dedicated WVB receivers clocks. Yeah, that's the same here. You know, I've monitored 60 kilohertz on radios like this, but with a lot of noise here. Never seen a trace. This is where it amazes me that these clocks with their huge, because if you ever open, did you ever open one Blagadai? That ferrite is like twice the size of a ferrite of a AM radio. It's really huge. And you're like, wow, those hundreds of turns of wires on that thing actually make it. When you look at a map of WVB's signal, here in Montreal, we're in the very fringe area. It's like, this is, yeah, it might work, it might not work. This is where I always thought, why don't they do clocks that synchronize to WWV? Why? Because with a very small antenna in a radio, 5, 10, 15, or 20 megahertz, at some point of day would be strong enough, I'm sure, to just work. But I understand these clocks work with a very specific thing. That WWVB signal takes a whole minute, to send data to that clock to be able to synchronize. It's a very low bit rate kind of clock fixing thing. And probably because it's hard to get the signal at times. Hey, Dr. Prasad, nice to have you here. It's 6 a.m. And I am, more than 4 hours, almost 5 in 10 minutes. 10 minutes is 5 hours into the live show. So you move into your new residence, which is in a village setup with a lot of vegetation around. Nice to have you on board. I hope you're enjoying your new home. Well, that'd be fun, Blagadai. And make videos of it, too. That'd be fun. Take care, Jasmine. Have fun partying. Take care. See you maybe next week. Lowtech 42, my grandfather was part of the team at RCA that worked on the first commercially released super heterodyne receivers. Wow, cool. That's cool. Yeah, it is for security reasons also. Absolutely. Usually frequency hopping is also encrypted. It's digital encryption. Fred Waterer, do they think us interesting enough? Prasad says, and it results in a lot of attenuation of medium wave, and reception is bad. Not put my outdoor antenna yet, but indoor once. Have come my Texans. Yeah, that's the problem of moving, Dr. Prasad, from one place to the other. You never know how good the signal was. This reminds me of when I moved here. I was used to, when I lived with my parents in the 80s, it was quiet. I moved to another place, it was quiet. I moved to the place before here, it was quiet. So I never assumed that I moved somewhere and it could be worse and it could be bad. And I moved here, set up my radios, and then understood that, oh God, this place is horrible. And I will be fair. In 2001, 2, 3, I was thinking of maybe this is the end of listening to shortwave. I have too much noise here. I don't hear half of the things I've heard before. And I was really, really sad because, it was my hobby. It was something it was important to me. And I thought, wow, okay, maybe finally I'm, in some place where I'll never listen to the radio again. I remember listening to Radio Prague when they used to transmit from the Czech Republic 21745 at 14 hours UTC. And where I used to live before, it was an easy catch. Here, so noisy that probably only once every 4 or 5 days its signal was strong enough to hear. Boy, was I bummed out. And it's something that we don't necessarily always think about. ED himself, what are the blue wrenches? They are moderators to the channel to make sure that idiots that are posting here can be removed in a very fast way. So they can control the chat room and remove people that aren't really great people. M. Motts, Center Blocker, nice to have you here. Marvin Motts. London 19657, you're knowledgeable. I thought that most people knew that Simon and Garfunkel got very popular because their albums sounded fantastic. RJ Dakota, several record companies like Liberty and Audio Fidelity had stereo demonstration records. They're always recorded in super high quality sound. It's like, wow. Brian Leesner, yeah, because there's sometime do I still have something? No, I don't. You know what? I'm gonna buy an atomic clock and make a video every day, depending on where I put it in my home, if it actually synced. How about you guys would like that as an experiment? Does my atomic clock sync? Yes or no? I think that'd be cool. I mean, some of them today are not very expensive. I used to have a weather station that does it, and I had a little blue clock from Radio Shack that I'm not sure where it is. They would sync, but you know what? I had to put them either near a window. I even had, and my neighbors were just laughing, my weather station would never sync. So what happened is I would take it, put it in the backyard one night that I know it's not going to rain. And people are like, why did you put that in the backyard? Because look at that. It's synced tonight because it's in the backyard. Free to choose. Are cell phone towers similar to radio repeaters? Yeah, kind of. Cell phone towers are repeaters with digital transmissions between phones and tower. So what happens is that they're not repeaters in the sense of my phone speaks to your phone. A ham repeater is I speak to the repeater transmits a signal that is wider in distance for other hams. A cell phone tower is connected to a fiber optic communications system. So I take my phone out talk, this connects to the tower at the corner of the street here. I see it on the big building. That tower connects to fiber optics. Gives communication to the next tower where the other cell phone is connected. So that's the big difference between cell towers. A repeater repeats a signal on the air with a wider range because it's on a mountain top. Like here we have a repeater on the mountain Mont Royal, Montreal. There's even one repeater here very close to, which is on top of the Collège de Rosemont, the Rosemont College here. That's a repeater. Cell towers are not repeaters. They're going to take my signal and send it through fiber optic or whatever other means of communications up to the next tower where that other phone that I'm talking to is connected. So, for example, I'm talking to my friend, which is downtown. This signal connects to the tower. Tower fiber optic goes to the tower closest to where my friend's connected downtown, and another radio signal. So in the middle, there's a network access where a repeater is always radio signals, and that's very different. Hey Sheila, you take care. Real estate agents don't. You know what? Maybe we should enforce this new rule. Real estate agents needs to mention radio frequency interference at shortwave levels. That would be good. So what's the radio frequency level here? Oh, it's 14 dB. Oh God, I would see myself going to a new home, bringing my portable shortwave, and it's like, well, I'm sorry, I can't live here. Sorry, this place won't work for me. Oh God. A sink or sink. Oh God. Robert Levin, I collect old stereo demonstration records. Some are completely unfiltered. Blackguard Eye has got a atomic clock that is so old that it is incompatible with the current WWVB format. Really? So they changed format over the years? Youch. Okay. Kenneth, experiment away. Oh man. That'd be some interesting videos though. Oh God. You never know. So hey guys, 5 hours. 5 hours. Come on. Super chat or PayPal. You know what? 5 hours. Did you enjoy yourself? Did you enjoy yourself? Come on. Donations. All right. It is much appreciated. Helps me go through. Talked about it earlier. But you know what? The reason all of this happens is in big part, because of you guys' donations. You know what? This is important. So super chat or PayPal, please do so. It's much appreciated. Okay, guys. You never know. What's your noise reference index? You know what? We should create a noise reference index. That'd be a nice, going different places and doing some kind of, I guess, doing an average. Going and doing an average of the noise at different places and saying, well, this is the minimum or the maximum amount of noise acceptable for a shortwave radio guy or an amateur radio operator. That could be interesting. Create some kind of index. This is what I'm going to accept or not, personally. It is definitely interesting. So before we leave, I'm taking interval signal requests. Interval signal requests. I'm going to actually start personally with my own personal interval signal that I want to hear. And let's put it here. Okay. There we go. There we go. And here we go. So this is mine. What's this? JJ Ando, Radio Berlin International, East Germany. Let's go, comrades. Let's walk together. I do like these national anthems. I mean, musically, this is beautiful.
You have been listening to Radio Berlin International, the voice of the German Democratic Republic. Our English transmissions to Southeast Asia go out daily from 6:45 to 7:30 hours GMT on 15.425 megahertz in the 90-meter band and on 17.700 megahertz in the 16-meter band. From 12 to 12:45 hours GMT on 17.700 megahertz in the 16-meter band, on 11.965 megahertz in the 25-meter band, and on 15.320 megahertz in the 19-meter band.
So Radio
From 14 to 14:45
Radio
hours
Berlin International. Don't forget, guys, by the way, next week, the show is on Sunday. We'll be on September 7th at 20 UTC. Why? Because there's the Ukrainian festival, and I don't want to miss a bit of it, which is on Saturday. So next week, we're on Sunday, September 7th at 20 UTC. So I saw somebody say he wants to hear something about radio, a certain radio from South Africa, which, yeah, I gotta say, that was something too. South Africa. Here we go. And here we go. From 19, which one is here? Radio South Africa. RSA. English. Here we go. Man, that reminds me so much of my young days.
Radio RSA, the voice of South Africa from Johannesburg. Greenwich Mean Time, 8 a.m. South African Time. A very good morning to you from the voice of South Africa, Radio RSA, calling West Africa on 25790 kilohertz in the 11-meter band, 21535 kilohertz in the 13-meter band, and 17780 kilohertz in the 16-meter band.
Okay, and what about this one from radio? Well, I'm not going to say anything. Oh no, these are like not good. Okay, let me just go here to. So what's this? It's from 1985. It's called Forward Left. What is this? Robert Varner, Radio Prague, Czechoslovakia.
This is Radio Prague, Czechoslovakia.
Netherlands. Come on, Radio Netherlands was such a easy to identify station. If we look at the Netherlands radio, here we go. Netherlands, here we go. Radio Netherlands. Public, no. Okay. Public, military, no. Okay, yeah. Radio Netherlands. English, 1977, from the Bonaire Relay Station. That, of course, was very recognizable.
This is the Dutch World Broadcasting System in Hilversum, Holland, with a relay transmission via Bonaire in the Netherlands Antilles, directed to New Zealand on a frequency of 11,730 kilohertz and a wavelength of 25.58 meters.
When they would give frequencies in meters, you remember, guys? It's like 25.85 meters. What the hell is that? Good. So we will have two from Ecuador. One will be the interval signal to used. So in HCJB Voice of the Andes from 1999. This is what HCJB sound like.
From Quito, Ecuador, South America, this is the Voice of the Andes, HCJB.
That was definitely a single sideband listen. But they had programs like that were very, very recognizable, like the musical mailbag. You guys remember that?
This is the Voice of the Andes, radio station HCJB. Our frequencies are on the 16 and 19.
No, it's the rifle and the pickaxe, Kenneth, not the plow. The rifle and the pickaxe.
15,295 kilohertz. The following will be for English language listeners. 1900 UTC.
Oh, wow. That was the musical mailbag. That was just before DX party line.
I'm glad.
I'm hungry.
Yeah, we couldn't wait for Carol. John was starving, so we had to start the program so he could eat.
It's time to eat. Let's go.
Good idea.
These are, you want to introduce us, or?
Well, I'd like to,
right
yeah.
to eating.
Yeah, well, let's introduce ourselves first.
Hungry John Beck.
Jazzy Jan Anderson.
John Beck.
And absent Carol Castro. And I'm Brian Seeley. Glad you could be with us for our program. And Janet, thank you for dropping in on
Anytime, Brian.
the program. And
Guess who's here?
Janet is the new host.
Anywhere.
Oh, finally.
Carol Catherine.
Finally, here she comes.
Did you bring some records, Carol? Yes, you are.
Says, music, Carol, food, John.
Who made the list?
Oh, but she didn't check it twice.
It does not. This is Marion.
Oh, it says Marion?
Yes. And Marion was going to ask Janet to get it.
Well, now we do have a problem, don't we?
Well, I could go get some music real quick.
You could?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, let Janet
Hey,
pick
I
the
have
music.
two Ecuadorian records up in my office.
But actually, the truth of the matter was that Marion was going to ask Ruthie to do the program, and if Ruthie was going to do it, she's just going to tell her to bring the music straight away.
This program was planned by...
I'm bringing the food next week, right?
I don't know, Carol. Look at the list.
This program is unplanned, unrehearsed, and uncalled for.
Yes, it is bring the food. Actually, I was really going to call and say bring the food this time, because I have something special to bring.
Oh, good.
So that's musical mailbag. They were before the HCJB DX party line. Another interval signal from Voice of the Andes. So from 65, there's this one, which older.
It's 9 p.m. in Quito, the equivalent of 0200 hours Greenwich Mean Time. We are ready to present our next English release, Ecuadorian Echoes, which will continue for 2.5 hours.
Come on, Kenneth.
On behalf of
How can you forget the
HCJB
pickaxe?
staff, we welcome you to this series of gospel programs in the English language. We are sending this broadcast your way on the 19-meter band at 15.115 megacycles, in the 25-meter band at 11.915 megacycles, and in the 31-meter band at
And this is from the 70s.
Están en sintonía con HCJB La Voz de los Andes, transmitiendo desde Quito, capital de la República del Ecuador, en la América del Sur.
This is the Voice of the Andes radio station HCJB, heralding Christ Jesus' blessings in 13 languages around the world from Quito, Ecuador in South America. For a copy of our international program schedule, write to HCJB, Box 691,
We got Box
Quito,
691.
Ecuador.
Does that still work? If we write through Box 691, Quito, Ecuador, is it the same? Are we still getting something from the what's left of HCJB? This one is, okay. I'm trying to find, I remember, yes, there was another interval signal from HCJB. Is this one the one you're looking for? This is Japanese
南
version.
米赤道の国エクアドルの首都キトーから日本向けに 9.715MHz 31メーターバンドと 11.835MHz 25メーターバンドでお送りしております。これからの40分は日本語番組です。ひとときをアンデスの峰を越えてお送りする日本語番組でお楽しみください。
This one I don't remember though. Let's send a letter to Box 691. Yeah, let's do it. How about we all do it? Let's send a real letter to Box 691, Quito, Ecuador. Vidhead, how do I know if I'm listening to a pirate? Well, usually most of the times they'll be on a band that is outside the international broadcast band, although it's not always true. They'll be in specific bands that are known as pirate bands, like 6850, 7000, or bottom part of. You could go to HF Underground to check it out. But also, maybe they're not listed on any frequency listing of the different websites, so you can check that out. So these are some of the signs that you know that, and any unusual programming also is something to look at. So here we are going now to my comrades go to the pickaxe and the rifle. It's the pickaxe and the rifle. This is the proper name of the interval signal, which will include even a jamming from the Russian stations from 1983. So with a pickaxe and a rifle, we do everything in the world. This noise is what was the Russian jamming back in the day. And notice they had each jamming transmitter at a Morse code identification. This is what you're hearing in the buzzing in it. Imagine the Russian jammer jamming Radio Albania, which is probably the most communist thing you can imagine in the world. This is something, okay? This is really something. But there's even better. I remember crying that day. There was a broadcast of Radio Tirana, which was, a moment of, we had to understand of how the announcement of the Central Committee of the Party of Labor of Albania, where people were crying.
Announcement. The Central Committee of the Party of Labor of Albania, the Presidium of the People's Assembly,
and please note
Socialist Republic of
that
Albania,
helicopter type sound,
the Council of Ministers of the People's Socialist Republic
is
of
the
Albania,
Russian woodpecker, the woodpecker radar. On top of it,
comrades,
communists,
intellectuals, women, and the youth of Albania.
Comrades and communists,
the war and
please come together.
With the deepest grief, we inform you that today, the 11th of April 1985, at 2 hours 15, the heart of the beloved and glorious leader of the party and our people, Comrade Enver Hoxha, First Secretary of the Central Committee of the Party of Labour of Albania, Chairman of the General Council of the Democratic Front of Albania, Commander-in-Chief of our armed forces, ceased.
Actually, this is so beautiful that I have to show you guys. So we're gonna go to a video because I have to show you guys, because I have the video in my face and it's just like, oh God. So here is our friends a deep, sad moment where we will need to join together and to basically what is a sad moment of Albania.
Announcement. The Central Committee of the Party of Labour of Albania, the Presidium of the People's Assembly of the People's Socialist Republic of Albania.
How many people did they just bribe or something? It's like, you gotta fake it and pretend you're crying.
The Democratic Front of Albania. Comrades, communists, workers, co-optivists, intellectuals, women and the youth of Albania, veterans of the war and compatriots. With the deepest grief, we inform you that today, the 11th of April 1985, at 2 hours 15, the heart of the beloved and glorious leader of the party and our people, Comrade Enver Hoxha, First Secretary of the Central Committee of the Party of Labour of Albania, Chairman of the General Council
What the hell is that?
of
I
the
don't see a
Democratic Front
face.
of Albania, Commander-in-Chief of our armed forces, ceased to beat.
It ceased to beat.
The founder of our glorious party, the organizer and leader
This is
of the
incredible.
National Liberation War,
This
and of our people's
is
revolution,
absolutely incredible.
The architect of the construction of the new
Incredible.
socialist Albania,
Oh,
departed
God.
from our ranks for
There's enough of it. Ay, ay, ay. So that was... Yeah, he seemed to be an alien. What that face was. Mike says, this is too much sadness to deal tonight. I mean, wow. This was heavy stuff. And everybody like fake crying. Because there's no real crying in there. It's some kind of fake crying stuff. It's just so funny. Oh, man. Will you guys be like that? The day I die, it's like there's going to be a live stream. Says, comrades, our shortwave leader has died. The one that made sure all of you. Mike says, my heart is breaking all over again. It looks like North Korea. Absolutely. North Korea today looks exactly like what we just seen. Totally. That was North Korea today. Wow. Okay. I want to have, this is the best. If you want to remember two stations, if you want to remember two stations, that you guys are going to be like, oh God. Here's one, which is...
This is London calling. This is London. Here is the news.
You're tuned to the General Overseas Service of the BBC. This is the British Broadcasting Corporation.
And this one.
BBC World Service. We're now closing on 15.22 megahertz. We continue on
5975 to North America. Imagine that at night. I would listen to it and hear this.
This is London.
Yeah, this one hits a lot with the little bolero. So Radio Australia, here's the Radio Australia. The one we're used to is this one.
J'aime tellement
Oops,
ça être dans la
sorry.
nature.
There's an ad. Do this. And this. In the morning, this is what I hear in the morning as they were going top of the hour. Yeah, waltzing Matilda. Oh man, oh man. Here's another one. Here's another one. That could be interesting for you guys. Let's see here. Which one I can take. Trying to take something that, yeah. Okay. Oh, okay. Radio. Yeah. Oops. Well, that was Radio Moscow. Radio Moscow. Oh man. Carter from Mars. As you have here from New York. And yeah, Australia. There's so many transmissions we miss from the good old days. I mean, you know, one of the stations I liked. How about you guys remember a show called? So there was the show that I loved when I was listening to Shortwave. Were some of these. This one is, of course, so here we go. They had that religious broadcast before on HCJB. So they're going to have an idea. And after the idea, they're going to have, which I guess
is... This is the Voice of the Andes, HCJB.
Oops.
From Quito, Ecuador, in South America.
We invite you to stay tuned for additional English programming beamed to North America at 11915, 9560,
and 6095 kilohertz in 2531.
This is from May 29, 1976.
The time, that's 0230 Greenwich Mean Time.
What was that show?
This is DX Party Line. Listen in with thousands of other DXers and shortwave listeners to the latest DX tips and information from Radio HCJB. Expand your horizons. Listen to the whole world on shortwave radio. I'm your host, Al Hedge, with the information you need for good DXing.
And there's the one that I have a QSL card from, which is the last show where Clayton and Helen Howard.
DX Party Line. This is a program for DXers by DXers and about the DXing hobby. We invite you to stay tuned for the next 30 minutes to the DX Party Line. It's Monday, time for another Monday edition of the DX Party Line. I'm Clayton Howard, your host, and my wife Helen will be along a little later in the program. And this is rather a difficult or hard, I don't know quite how to describe it, program for us because, as you may realize, some of you I'm sure have heard that we'll be leaving Quito soon. And this is the last time that we'll be hosting
Hey,
a
Prasan.
DX Party Line.
But Nui, take care. Always nice to have you on board.
Being on the air twice a week for DXers and shortwave listeners. But we do appreciate all the contacts we've made, all the friends, and your contribution.
You know, Jean Arash, Free to Choose, you passed because you heard the religious shows. They had a lot of tons of shows that were not religious. They had little bits of religion in it, but they had some really amazing shows. It was not like today WWCR like shows where it's like shove it in your face religion. We got some cruel shows that you can listen to. The DX Party Line was really nice. But, you know, they just had a little bit of religion in the middle. That's it. The rest was a DX show listening to and talking about, you know, DX and radio stuff. That's what I caught on. Because I have not changed. You know, when we say that it's not because you got religion in your face that you're going to become a religious person, I certainly didn't change from that day to today. I'm still the same guy that's atheist, pretty much. But that was interesting to listen to, you know. I took what I wanted off of whatever broadcast was out there. It's something. So, you know, there's a lot of broadcast stuff that's kind of interesting. Let's see here. A last one before I go. That could be interesting. Anybody? Okay, give me a last one. Yeah, we didn't become communists because of Radio Moscow. Actually, Radio Moscow, how many of U.S. listeners hearing about commie stuff found that Radio Moscow programs were actually interesting? A lot of them were. I'm sorry, but we have to say it. A lot of them were. I just got to say. You know. Yeah, exactly, Mike WX50. They had a mission. They were there to convert us into Christianism, but in a soft way. And I'm okay with that. You know? I'm okay with that. I mean, I was Canadian. I mean, you know, I was in the Cold War, stuck between the U.S. and the Russia and the USSR. I mean, you know, one that I'm missing that I never found. Do you guys remember when Spain was called Spanish Foreign Radio? And I never found from Spain an interval signal. That the interval signal from then was different. I never found Spanish foreign radio in the interval signals. I would like to hear that. Kenneth, Radio Singapore. Well, Tirana was different. Tirana was like, you don't hear that. You don't listen to that, you know. Yeah, Joanna Mauve and all of that. I mean, you know, whoever thought of what the programs of Radio Moscow was very intelligent. They knew that we were addressing the Western audience. We can't be commie in your face. We have to show ourselves as communism as the most beautiful thing in the world. And whoever thought of the programs and what was on the air, they were very intelligent. It was like, you know, I wanted to listen to Radio Moscow. I'm sorry, I did. It was kind of cool. I'm sure, once again, lots of US guys and lots of you guys in the US were like, this is so cool, Radio Moscow. Getting a letter from Radio Moscow. Wasn't that cool? Wasn't that freaking cool? It was freaking cool. It's like, wow, I got a letter from the USSR Radio Moscow. It was just cool. And yet we're here today, and, you know, there's a lot of worse things going on right now that we're not even part of. It was like, yeah, finally, maybe we should have joined Radio Moscow. What was I looking at? I was searching for something I saw. I did like Sweden. Radio Sweden was a great station I'd like to listen to. Radio Sweden. And here's Radio Sweden from 1987.
Sveriges Radio, utlandsprogrammet.
Nancy Endines.
Sveriges Radio, utlandsprogrammet.
We are very tough on the weather stuff. You should see. A video I put on my own Facebook wall of a little ice storm of about a year and a half ago. We had a little ice storm. There was no power. I'm cooking 2 eggs, bacon, and everything needed for a breakfast on my barbecue outside in the middle of a heavy snowfall and ice everywhere. Yes, we are tough. And we are very tough.
Sveriges Radio, utlandsprogrammet.
Radio Sweden International.
Ni lyssnar till Sveriges Radio utlandsprogrammet. Här kommer nu ett halvtimmesprogram på svenska.
So that was Sweden, Switzerland, Swiss Radio International. Swiss Radio International. What is this? This Swiss Broadcasting Corporation. What is that? Swiss Radio International. What the hell is that? Swiss Radio International, guys. Here it goes. For whoever asked for it.
You're tuned to Swiss Radio International in Bern. You're tuned to Swiss Radio International in Bern.
So that's Swiss Radio International. And you know what, Nancy? If you want to even see how tough Canadians are, just go and Google Canadian military in World War II. We were fierce, and the Germans preferred to be met by Americans rather than Canadians, because we were just freaking bad. So this is Canada for you. And we look like an innocent little country, but I'll tell you one thing, we're a lot more tough than people think. What else do we have? Anything else? Anybody post something? Let's see here. Now he's got to go to Brian Leisner. Got to go to IKEA. Swedish meatballs. What did we get into? How about, by the way, so this station here still exists, streaming. You can listen to Radio Polonia, English, streaming every day on the internet. But here's Polish Radio Warsaw in 2007. No, not this one. That's not the one I want. This is too late. Polish Radio 1990. Okay, here we go. 1983. This is the one. So that was when Polish radio was very communist. Even the piano sounds communist.
Radio Polonia. Radio Polonia. Radio Polonia.
Is it still on WRMI, Radio Poland? I remember they were for a while, but I don't know if they were still there. I don't remember they were still there. honestly. So, hey guys, we've been on for a very, very long amount of time. I hope you guys enjoyed the show today. We're at almost 6 hours. Almost 6 hours. Yeah, that's exactly what it is, Endines. We're like really cool people, but don't mess with us, because you'll be surprised. It's actually happening right now, but in a different dimension. In a dimension we didn't think would happen. So you know what? Let's go to 06 UTC. Don't forget Super Chat. Don't forget PayPal donations. And I'll add a few interval signals. Let's go to 06 to do 6 hours of streaming. Come on, guys. I did 6 hours of streaming. You guys can come and give a little something, a lot more than what I have tonight. Tonight is very, there's a few people that are great and that donated. There's the regulars that donated. Come on, guys. Sometimes you got to come through. You got to show me that what I do is great. Okay? So PayPal and the Super Chat. Come on, guys. So let's do let's end with something that's kind of cool. Let's end with a Radio Moscow. No, let's start with Radio Sweden. So Radio Sweden had a show that was called Sweden Calling the Xers. You guys remember that? So there was a show called Sweden Calling the Xers, and this one is from 1980. So we're gonna go and actually listen to part of that, and I'll put a little bit of Joe Adamov before we go through also, and we'll end the show with that programming. So hey guys, Radio Sweden, Sweden Calling the Xers is up.
Welcome to edition number 1575 of Sweden Calling the Xers. And today's program was compiled with the help of 65 contributors. And this week we'll start off with some publications. First of all, Mickey Vasella has just published the third issue of External Services of African Stations. That's issued on a regular basis each March, May, September, and November as a free supplement for the subscribers to QTH Africa, which comes out every 10 days. External Services of African Stations is also available separately for 2 IRCs, and that's for airmail anywhere in the world. And if you're interested, you could write to QTH Africa, Post Office Box 28250, Pretoria, 0132, South Africa. And you've also asked Mickey about QTH Africa itself, because that's a very interesting guide to changes in the African radio scene. We've received the first issue of the monthly reports of the Asian Broadcasting Institute. It's 7 pages in length, and this issues a comprehensive listing of schedules of
2
various
IRCs
stations in China and Taiwan.
that nobody could find at a post office.
The subscription costs 4,000 yen for overseas airmail, and they say that they want to be paid in yen, so you're going to have to go to your local bank and find out how much 4,000 yen comes out to in your local currency. If you're interested, you can write to the Asian Broadcasting
I like that. You got to find out how 4,000 yens, whatever, is in 1980 in your currency. And before we go, let's go with this. Joe Adamov. You guys want to hear Joe Adamov? And Radio Moscow. Let's see which one I'm going to choose. Joe Adamov, Impressions of the United States. Do you guys want to have... That's a good one. Do you guys want to know the impression of Joe Adamov of the United States in 1980? Oh God, oh man. Okay. 1980. So Moscow mailbags. I got tons of Radio Adamov actually. So you guys want to know what Joe Adamov has impressions of the U.S. in 1980? This is going to be the one. So sit down in your chair and suck it up, okay? This is, hey, it might be better what Canadians think in 2025, you know? You got to be careful on that. I'm sorry on that. This is a question that... Oh, God. All right, guys, here we go.
And now here's Joe Adamov to share with you some of his impressions of the United States.
21 days in America may not be a long time, but they left an indelible impression. I was invited by the University of Minnesota to lecture at the Department of Speech Communication. I'm ever grateful to Professors Donald Brown, Assistant Professor Kim Elliott, Professor William Howell, and President McGraw for making the trip possible. After an uphill battle, they finally got me a United States entry visa. Minnesota did it. But in the spirit of the festive season, I'll say this: let bygones be bygones. I have no grudge against Uncle Sam. The students at the university seemed bright, on the ball, and friendly, and it was a pleasure meeting them. I stayed in the home of Professor Howell and his wife Jessie, and became a member of the family. At least, that's how I felt. Though our political backgrounds may be different, we as people got along fine. Which brings me to the thought that we can and should be friends as nations too. Late one evening, I went out walking, as I often do at home. The only people I met were joggers, who on meeting me would say, "Hi," or "Good evening." We do the same here in small communities in the Caucasus, for instance.
Yeah, Joe Adamov visited the U.S.
What would have been their surprise had they known that the man that answered them came from Moscow, of all places. Friendly people, even to strangers. The same was true on the huge campus. The facilities, to my eye, were excellent, but coming from a country with free education, cost of tuition sounded kind of unfamiliar. I take my hat off to the Minnesota Daily, who gave a fair and unbiased account of what I said to the Murphy Hall audience. Good journalism, Eric Lindbaum, and thank you for printing a 6x6 photograph of my overweight countenance. A good picture, Jeff Goldberg. One evening, I was listening to the Bob Allard open line show on KSTP radio and phoned in a question.
Thank you for printing a picture of my overweight body or something. I like that.
A minute or so, Bob said, "The voice sounds rather familiar." And I had to admit who I was. Would you believe it, Bob Allard had been a listener to Radio Moscow for many, many years. The next day we met in a
You know what? So Joe Adamov in the United States in 1980. How many KGB agents on the U.S. territory were there and he didn't know? That would be an interesting question. How many KGB agents were watching him, following him, without him even knowing about it? Would be interesting to know.
Cozy restaurant, and later that evening the tables were turned. I did the answering for 3 hours on the open line show. People called from far and wide, and to quote the Minnesota Daily, the callers were courteous, and many thanked Adamov for clearing up false impressions about the Soviet Union handed down from the years of the Cold War paranoia and bomb shelters. I ended my 3 hours on the air by saying, I learnt the hockey coach of the University of Minnesota had been named coach for the United States team at Lake Placid. Let us do all our fighting on the hockey field, I said, and let's relegate the battlefield to history. Bob Allard is a charming personality with thick white hair. A lady clergyman came up to him in the restaurant and right in front of her husband told Bob that he was the handsomest man she'd ever met. She invited him to her sermon the next day. While at the university, I told the students...
This is interesting because, you know, and when we say history repeats, and you hear that, and you could almost hear some of Putin's, you know, people saying, well, I was in the United States, and they could have the same speech that's right there in 2025, and still, it still would fit. It's incredible when you think about it. That speech today from a Russian leader, a Russian guy, would still fit. Things never changed. We're still there, and we're still in the same place. It's crazy, eh? So, to entertain yourself, make sure that my commie, you know, I'm getting paid by, you know, Moscow. So that my commie moments work. We're going to end tonight with Moscow Nights, because it's apparently a way that I'm able to bring you towards communism, and that's the way it is. So I hope you enjoy, guys, because you know what? Here we go. Thank you, my comrades. I love you. You'll always be my comrades. Hope you are too. Just want to see things. Sorry, guys. Zdrowie. I love you guys so much, and you have no idea. Whoops, what is that? It's starting already. Sorry, here we go. Love you guys so much. Tell you guys, I really love you, and it's always a pleasure. This is My Heart Goes Out to everybody. Next week, it's Sunday, the 7th of September, rather than Saturday, because I am going to the Ukrainian festival, giving my donation to make sure Ukraine wins, that Ukraine beats the freaking Russians. I want it so bad. So I'll be at the Ukrainian festival, spending my money to make sure that they do win. And we'll be back on Sunday, the 7th of September, 20 hours UTC. So Sunday next week. Okay, guys? Sunday next week, 20 hours UTC. For the rest, I do love you all. You know, among everything, I never thought that this would be so amazing how I would just love all of you out there. Merci. Thank you. You guys are great. Love you all. Okay? Stay safe. All right? Stay safe. I do want you guys to stay safe. Take care, guys. All right?